perhaps in the 130 range. We will see. We have 4 staff reports, 1 new business item, and we have a carryover from council meeting, namely the CAO's list of activities of the past month, or comments, or whatever you want to call it. CO Mariotti, when do you want to do that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I can do that during the staff update reports, because my update is within the rest of staff.
So sounds excellent. And one of the staff reports we wanted to postpone, the first one on the all that. Oh, it's okay. That's what the 11 o'clock. Okay. Well, that's what the open forum. Okay. All right. So we're going to start with staff reports, and we're going to go B, C, D. We're going to see how far we get before the 11 o'clock first deputation takes place. And with that, so license of occupation policy, and that is our clerk's department. And that is our deputy clerk, Madam Deputy Clerk. Ms. Levesque, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. At the November 14th, 2023 meeting, Council passed a resolution directing staff to prepare a formal license of occupation policy. The draft policy attached to the report was created to clarify the procedure for granting encroachments onto township land. The policy covers the application process, insurance requirements, identification, and enforcement of new and existing encroachments. We are hoping this policy provides standards and guidelines for staff, as well as transparency for residents who are looking to apply for a license of occupation. I'm just going to keep it brief because I'm hoping that everyone has reviewed the policy attached to the report, but Karen and I are here to address any questions or concerns council may have regarding the proposed policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the work you've done and put into this. And I'm going to go to council and see whether anyone has any comments. Or Councillor Predko, I think your hand up.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. 2 questions for the Clerk's Department. One, the 52 current agreements, are those for docks, or are they for other structures, or are they really, does it primarily show road allowances for water access properties, or is this, how does this break down?
Through the chair to Councillor Predko. I don't know the exact amount, but some of them are from the 90s. So for example, the ones dating back in the 90s, they were required to pay $1 and that was it. There was no annual fee. So it is on our list to go through them and to renew all these agreements and, you know, reach out to those property owners to confirm that they're still occupying our land. So those are just the ones that we have existing. I'm not really sure how up to date some of them are. That answers your question.
It does. So I guess you're going to be looking to grandfather a lot of these old agreements where you don't have the proper documentation or people are still occupying. Is that the intent?
Madam Clerk.
Through your worship. Yes, that's the intention. First, we need to identify that, yes, the land is still being occupied, and then we will update them accordingly as we can. But if we've already granted that permission, we're not going to make anyone tear down a structure.
Okay, and then just from a procedural perspective, last question, Mayor, if that's okay. We have a fee of $562 with an annual renewal fee of $282. So that's just for the application if they haven't completed the agreement with the township? Or is that we're going to be charging them $282 every year that they have a license of occupation with us?
Deputy Clerk.
Through the chair. Yeah, so that $200 annual fee, that's paid annually. So we bill them out, I believe it's the 1st of January every year. So we bill that out annually. And the application fee is non-refundable, so they pay that up front, and once the review process has been completed, staff either grant them the application. I mean, staff do talk to residents prior to them applying, so they kind of have an idea if it's something the township's going to approve or not. But yeah, the application fee is non-refundable.
Okay, thank you. And then really the final piece of that, then I know you've compared this to other municipalities and their license of occupation policies. Is that fee in line? It seems higher than what I remember reviewing for the annual fee. I thought it was other townships had one fee that was only payable upon renewal as opposed to annually.
Madam Deputy Clerk.
Through the chair, our fee is actually quite low compared to other municipalities. So I do think we're probably on the lower end. When we drafted this policy, we didn't really take a look at the fee, but that may be something that we do when we look at our fees and charges bylaw in the upcoming year.
Okay, thank you. That really summarizes my observations for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. A couple of questions with regards to the proposal. Now, this is in Cow, so of course, I'm assuming we're going to see this back in council at some point, and perhaps even at Cow again. There's a few concerns that I have stemming from a past license of occupation application that we heard in council for, I believe Ms. Jameson out of MacTier. My understanding of the circumstances was that the road, on her road currently, there are multiple residences that have a license of occupation for something similar that she was requesting. And I understand that in going forward, this bylaw would likely cover that. But I am somewhat concerned in that, is it prejudicial? Will this be prejudicial to people such as herself? Whereby it's essentially, as we've heard, grandfathering others that currently have it. I think that if we're going to apply something like this, we either apply it consistently across everyone that currently has it. So if you're no longer able or satisfying the requirements or the criteria, then you're no longer able to have a license of occupation rather than grandfathering. Or alternatively, we ensure that it's a one-size-fits-all, whereby someone such as Ms. Jameson can apply and receive something that her neighbors literally 5 feet to the north have. So I'm wondering how this is going to apply in that context. And secondly, I do see some criteria here with regards to insurance and indemnification, but in her matter where we deliberated and discussed it, the requirements that are outlined here under Section 3, insurance indemnity, were not offered to her because she was prepared to proceed with that. And we did not accept that because of the continued liability and the quote unquote soft underbelly that we tend to be, in that no matter how much the insurance will offer, that we are still liable after the fact. So I'm curious to know how this is going to apply in her context, given that, you know, we have discussed this already or something similar to this recently, and that what I see here in the bylaw doesn't necessarily align to what we've articulated to her. So over to you guys.
Madam Clerk, was your button? Madam Deputy Clerk, then.
Sorry, we're making eyes.
Through the chair, I guess just to answer the first question about grandfathering in existing license of occupations. So those that are already pre-existing, their structures can remain as is, but if, you know, the structure is starting to fall apart, they're looking to apply for a building permit, that's kind of where this new policy is going to come into play. So they may have to meet this criteria, but again, this policy is not exhaustive. Like, staff still have to review each application on a case-to-case basis because there is certain circumstances that you know, there's obviously unique properties out there. In the case of Miss Jameson's, again, there was that road that went in between her property and the shoreline. So in this policy, it does state that the property has to abut. So, for example, a shore road allowance needs to abut the land. And then in terms of the insurance indemnification, that's just a requirement of the actual agreement itself. So I understand that Ms. Jameson was offering that up, but she still didn't meet the other criteria. And obviously that was a decision of council. And this policy as well, this is going to apply for minor ones, the ones that are more controversial. Clerk's department still has that discretion to bring it to council for decision. and that'll still remain. But this just gives us a little bit more guideline and something for us to follow when we are approving or disapproving applications.
So may I, for if I may, Your Worship, one additional follow-up?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Ms. Levesque, thank you for providing further context. The reason why I ask is because, again, I think that her neighbors also have the issue with respect to it not abutting, as there's a road just happening to be through the property and separating the current license of occupations for her neighbors with their property. So essentially, in this particular area, that's just the nature of what it was. And my question around consistency is, upon her neighbors reapplying year over year, are we going to apply that criteria whereby, well, you now have a road, we have a license of occupation bylaw, and unfortunately, you're no longer eligible because of the change in the bylaw? Or are we just going to allow for grandfathering without the application of this bylaw for those that have already received it? And if that's the case, if it is the latter and not the former, I think that that's incredibly unfair to a person such as Ms. Jameson, who should be.
Graziano, I'm concerned because in her case, council made a decision. And I don't want you to be going back on a decision the council made. I think we should be looking at the policy here. You can use her as an example of how in the future people might fall, but I don't want us to be revisiting a council decision.
And Your Worship, I'm not revisiting this. I think that the calculus has changed based on what council has. And if Ms. Jameson wishes to reapply, I'm assuming she has that option given the new bylaw. What I'm simply saying is, in this particular bylaw, my question is, are we applying it consistently? And will any subsequent renewal application, if that's done annually, essentially have to undergo the criteria that's being applied, or are we not going to apply equally and just be more subjective and at the discretion of our clerk? I'm a big believer that we should apply things collectively. It's either one or the other. If we're going to allow a specific area to have them, then we should allow a specific area to have them. Thank you.
Clerk Way.
Through your worship, thank you. One of the reasons council gave direction for staff to have this policy is so that there is clear and consistent guidelines for us and for the public and for council to understand what the obligations are. This policy does keep in line with previous decisions within recent years and within recent insurance standards. So yes, we're saying that pre-existing license of occupation, usually they're in the agreements are set out for a term. It hasn't been a consistent term used, but it could be 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. It's really kind of all over the place. So the renewal fee or the annual fee is because we need to ensure that their insurance is there and their staff time that is incurred each year. So that's why we have an annual fee, but that's not a renewal process necessarily every year that they're reapplying. If it came to a point where the property owner has changed, if they're unable to provide insurance, if they're unable to provide their annual fee, if they're reaching the point where their end of the agreement has expired and they have to reapply, it's at that point that potentially an existing structure may not be able to be permitted and would have to be removed at the owner's expense. So especially like if they are unable to provide insurance to us, in that circumstance, it would need to be removed. And we're trying to have this policy so situations like Ms. Jameson don't occur in the future, because we can say this is the policy. If the guidelines are met, great. We're happy to work with you through the application process. If the guidelines are not met, then the odds are your application will be denied. And if there is an odd situation, because we know there are many unique situations in Georgian Bay that doesn't fit nicely within the box of the policy, then those types of applications will still come forward to council for a decision, like in the case of Ms. Jameson.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilor Graziano.
I was hoping that we'd have at least a couple of more rounds here, but if I can, then with one follow-up, and it's just a simple question. Given if this were to be passed through council and when it is enacted, would someone such as Ms. Jameson have an opportunity to reapply given the different change in criteria under the new bylaw?
Madam Deputy Clerk.
Through your worship, yes, so Ms. Jameson is more than welcome to reapply. I don't think this policy would be in her favor, speaking to the fact that it does reference that the property does need to abut. And again, with that road in between, it's still not complying with this policy. But she's more than welcome to review the policy whenever it is approved and have conversations with myself or Karen and reapply if she does choose to do so. But again, the application fee is non-refundable, and that is just a risk that applicants will take if they are going to apply.
I'm assuming she would also have the opportunity to then go to council again under the new criteria as well, if in the event that she wished to see or to have council consider it, given the new bylaw criteria.
Through your worship, the criteria laid out in the policy is pretty clear. So if she's not meeting that criteria, I don't think that type of application would come forward to council. There is some criteria laid out that is very cut and dry. And if we're just using her as an example, that's not something that would probably come forward to council again.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other comment. I think this is very good that we're getting this policy in place, because even though it's pretty consistent with what was been practiced in recent history, I think it's a good to have it written down. And I'm sure it'll be great. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. I'm sure it'll be great that when you get a chance to review all the situations and bring them up to snuff, so to speak, over time. Councillor Jarvis.
Point of clarification. So we do have situations right now that tend to vary depending on, because of over the years, things have been changing. Are we going to try over time to try and get everything into the same sort of category, like an annual renewal, yada, yada, yada from there? Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
You know, the other comment I wanted to make is that it's not unusual, and just ask the planning department, where we have many a situation that is grandfathered. We set out new rules, and many existing development doesn't match those new rules. Well, they're allowed to keep. They don't have to tear down just because they're too close to the water. Well, that's another story. All right, I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole approve the license of occupation policy as presented. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm counting 6 in favor, and that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I voted, and I think we have a time delay here. My hand went up, but it was late.
Yeah, no, I counted 6 in favor, and Councillor Graziano, I did not see his hands. Planning Department, work plan update. Director Whitlip, over to you. Is there anything on your docket to do over the upcoming months?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the committee. The staff report is really an information report, but staff would certainly welcome some feedback. The meat and potatoes of the staff report is the attachment, and that attachment is simply a copy of what's already in the work plan for the planning department. That's also part of the update that you'll be hearing today. The reason staff prepared this is just to shine a bit of light on, for the committee's benefit, of all the items that are on the work plan, and to, if there's anything that's out of line in terms of a priority in terms of where it sits on the work plan, we'd welcome that feedback. If there are other items, and recognizing that Earlier today in Planning Council, we added some items for the Planning Advisory Committee to discuss. So if there's anything else that should be added that's glaring, please let staff know. Just simply wanted to shine a light on what's on the work plan, assist committee and council in understanding the number of items that are there. Hopefully manage expectations somewhat, recognizing that some of these items seem to have been outstanding, some of them since the adoption of the current official plan and passing of the zoning bylaw in 2014. Others have been added along the way through some of the research that staff has done and some of the information that's been provided by the chair and members of the Planning Advisory Committee. It's clear that over the last several years, there have been a number of motions and items of direction from council or the Planning Advisory Committee for these items to be worked on, likely due to resource and staffing limitations of the past several years. Although these items were identified, they were not attended to. So it's staff's intent with the capacity that we have now, which has enabled us to clear the backlog of planning applications. We're certainly on top of those. It's within our capacity now to start crossing some of those items off that list. One at a time, maybe some congruency where possible, but for the most part, there's an opportunity to address many of these items through a number of processes. That includes the official plan and zoning bylaw update, which some of them will be tied to. However, I think there's potentially an anticipation that staff might be able to address some of these long-standing items before the start of the current building season, and that simply would not be within our capacity. So just again, want to shine a light on what's on the list, manage expectations, and provide the committee with the information in terms of what staff intend to be working on. It would be my intent through the monthly departmental updates to provide update reports to this committee in terms of how things are going and what where we are in terms of attacking that list. So I welcome any questions and any feedback in terms of if there's something that's out of alignment or something that should be added or removed from that list.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to make a couple of quick comments before we turn it over to council. And I'm afraid two of them are very boring administrative type things. One is, if you're going to print this, if you're going to have this schedule, make it fill the whole page. Make it a little bit bigger because then it's easier to read. And okay, well, yeah, that's a. And the other one is, I wish you would put on the schedule the 7 codes that belong to the I'll call it the priority letters. You know, the regulatory, safety, environmental, because it didn't appear on this schedule. I know it's on the work. Yeah, so. I told you they were boring and administrative, but those are my 2 criticisms. And otherwise, I'm just going to say thank you very much, and I'm going to turn it over to council. And we're going to start with Councilors Jarvis, then Cooper.
Yeah, really quick question. Oh, well, my comment is I really appreciate seeing this. And before, I think it's great to have this type of schedule in front of us. I really do hope that we can all stick with it and update it as appropriate and have updates showing as per council to council. It's nice to have, really nice to have. My only question is, under the priority column, you've got a priority number, 1, 2, or whatever, and then some letters. RCN, for instance, under the first item. Have I missed something? What's RCN stand for?
Those are the priority codes I was referring to. R is regulatory, S is safety, E is environmental, C equals cost savings, U is for upgrade, M is for maintenance or repair, and N is for new initiative.
That was what you were just discussing. Okay.
Yes.
That's how I missed it.
Thank you.
I know.
Hit me over the top of the head. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Derek, for this list. I appreciate it very much. Just a few questions around sort of I know you have priorities here, but more to get a read on some of the big projects. The official plan and zoning bylaw redo, shall we call it? My words, not yours necessarily, but where does that sit on the timing hit parade, so to speak? Given that depending on the area, we have some pretty big holes that we need to deal with one way or another, and they need to be addressed. So the question is, when do we get to it? And then I have one other question, or a couple of other short questions after that.
Director Whitlam.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the committee. So the official plan and zoning bylaw updates are #1 priority items. The intent would be to have the requests for proposals prepared in Q1. We're now into the final month of Q1. So that is, although there are a number of #1s on that list, that is my top priority at this time, in order to get that process going and have hopefully consultants selected during Q2, so that we can then start rolling out a work plan based on the timeline prepared by the consultant and staff.
Just a quick follow-up on that particular question, if I may. Just
go ahead.
simply, we have some consultants that have spent some time on this already. Some may not even be with the same firm going back to when we got started on this subject, but still practicing. So have we given consideration to make sure that the people that have done some work on this are part of the request for submission for a proposal, make sure they're on the list, so to speak, because we've got a lot of knowledge hanging out there, shall we say, and we should take advantage of that. I'm sure you know that, but I just want to make sure that that happens. Is that correct?
Dr. Whitlam.
Through the mayor to the committee, certainly Councillor Cooper, obviously staff would follow the township's tendering policy, but in terms of the short list of consultants, staff would be looking for those that have sort of, some inherent background that would assist. So that would not exclude, I think, some of the firms that you probably have in the back of your mind, provided, of course, they're able to do the work, interested in doing the work, and don't have conflicts in terms of other work in the township.
Thank you, and I do hope that I realize there are regulations around making a proper selection, but I do think there's nothing stopping us, I hope, from being sort of on the push side versus the pull side of getting the information out there to parties that can do the work. Is that correct? In other words, we're not just sitting waiting for somebody to come to our website. We're asking people, are you interested?
Correct. That would be the request for a proposal process.
I just want to make sure. Sorry to be so ignorant of it, but I think it'd be a shame to miss out. Couple of other quick things. On that hit parade for OP and zoning bylaws, I'm assuming top of that list might be something like the undersized island and undersized lot, waterfront lot, water access lot issue. I hope that's high on the hit parade. Is that correct?
Certainly, again, some of those, one of the things that staff will be filtering is as we look through the different individual items, is which items are best integrated into the official plan and zoning bylaw updates versus which ones are potentially low-hanging fruit that can be addressed now, even if they may need to be tweaked or integrated later through the official plan and zoning bylaw updates. But in terms of the priorities, they're as set out, and I think those items, Councillor Cooper, that you identified are high on the priority list in the table.
Thank you for that, Mayor. Just indulge me a little bit longer, if you don't mind.
Not so far. Go ahead.
You can always hold up my T-shirt. There you go. Except you haven't got it.
If necessary, I'll make reference to it.
Okay. Yeah, so just outside of the review of the zoning bylaws and official plan, there are some things that I've actually mentioned to you yesterday with respect to lesson and to the council with respect to making sure that we have a lessons learned process in place, and so that we maybe save ourselves some legal expenses in the future by tightening some things up, so that and I don't mean just our OP and our zoning bylaws, but some of our processes. I hope we're looking at some of those things, because we do get ourselves kind of in the mud sometimes by the processes that we are following presently. So is there going to be some work on process improvement?
Director Whitley.
Through the mayor, certainly that's ongoing. Staff have done a number of improvements. It's sort of, boring back of house stuff, but administratively, document wise and process wise, a number of processes have been streamlined already. The lessons learned piece, Councillor Cooper, that you mentioned, that was a point well taken. And staff have made a number of notes on that. And I think we can anticipate that being addressed moving forward, including one of the things that staff are currently working on with the district is a district planners meeting. And some of those items that I think that are of particular concern that were discussed recently are intended to be part of that agenda, to see what our colleagues are doing, have they encountered these issues, and do they have processes and policies in place in their respective municipalities that we may be able to learn from. So it's all in there.
Thank you very much. And I would just add that it's important to see what's going on at the district, but Township of Georgian Bay is in many cases distinctly different from many of the other municipalities. So we could also look to our north. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Actually, I was going to zone in on the review of internal policies and procedures as well. Thank you for already answering that. But I do think, obviously, as early as you can, finish that kind of a review, it will have trickle-down effects to everything else that is on your to-do list, which is quite extensive, and yet it's all pretty essential to what you're trying to achieve. So I appreciate the task you have ahead of you, and I hope that we get updates as you go through your journey. I don't want to I'll have some questions for you about the processes, and I can bring that to you offline, just a couple of thoughts. I don't need to bring them up here, but the one thing that's missing from this list, and I don't know that it's necessary, but I think we've already discussed it this morning, is the floating cans that I think maybe merits a position on your list, given that you have the condominium standards and site plan controls. So I think it's noteworthy. But that's all I've got. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. And Derek, I did send you a note late Friday. So when you get a chance, maybe we could chat about that. But for today, I would like you to consider putting another item on your agenda, and it may be very important and very high. And it would be Council Resolution C-248-2020. So back in 2020, I brought a resolution forward when we were talking about understanding what needed to be done for marina bin sites. And this is all about what do we need to do as a township to rezone the area of land where the bin sites are on a marina that would then allow them to be waste transfer zoning and then be candidates for an ECA. And so if you were to go back and look at that resolution, it's actually fairly short, but it would facilitate this waste management discussion that we are involved in. And it's a bit of a showstopper for us to make good decisions if we don't know the answers to those questions. It could be fairly simple. I don't know, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Director Whitley.
Through the mayor, and thank you for that, Councillor Hazelton. As always, as the different items needing attention are identified, it's certainly very useful for staff to know who may not have sort of the corporate memory here. When there have been those past resolutions or past direction already given, that really gives us a jump start that we can get right into it, work on the issue without having to necessarily come back through a council or committee process to seek the direction. So really appreciate that information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just going to add, I think this is an impressive list, and yes, items are going to get added to it. But I can't help but note that some of the things on your list will be part of the official plan review, I'm sure, before, during, hopefully not after, when we settle on the updated official plan. And I think all of us, and I'm speaking for the entire council and many of our residents, are looking forward to that review and the updates that will come with it. So I'm going to repeat what I said before. I really appreciate that we have a fully staffed and keen planning department. And I think the keenness is more important actually than the fully staffed. But I'm glad you got the horsepower and you want to use it. So I think that is terrific. Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see where we've gone with our planning department and know that the demise of our past planning departments has been a result of a number of things, and one being the pressure that council puts on them. And I, for one, believe that this planning regime that we have now is very understanding of where we want to be as a council and where we want to be as a township. And I think this is a great process that we're going through. But I'm a firm believer in let the professionals do their professional job, and if you're not a professional, don't try and do their job. And that's my comments. I'm going to stand by and have a listen.
Thank you. All right. I have moved by Councillor moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the Development Services Report dated March 5th, 2024 from the Director of Planning regarding Planning Department Work Plan Update be received for information. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. I see a stranger in the building, but I was expecting two. Are you the full show for? You're the full show. And which, if you don't mind me asking, which one are you?
I'm Bill Lormer.
Bill Lormer, because we had a chair. Okay. For those not in the room, Mr. Lormer from the Loomex group has arrived. So I think we're going to skip straight now to Deputation 5B, Community Risk Assessment and Fire Master Plan, which was going to be at 1 o'clock. So you're way ahead of schedule. Let's do it.
Okay.
Your Worship, if I may.
You may.
Just very quickly, I know that we have someone that's going to be attending open forum. Madam Clerk, do we know what time you instructed that person to arrive for open forum?
Through your worship, I advise that it would likely be closer to 1:30, or closer, but I did ask her if she could be online for about 1 o'clock. So
okay,
we're jumping all over the schedule. So I think we'll still be in the meeting.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lormer, the
Thank you,
floor is
Worship.
yours, so to speak.
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. We have a short presentation to introduce the Community Risk Assessment and Fire Master Plan to you. Just waiting for the slides to come up. Yep. Next slide, please. So, okay. The Loomex Group is a group of companies North American wide. You can see on the screen we're into aviation, aerospace, infrastructure, asset management, education compliance, and emergency management. Our division is education and compliance. It's perfect. Yep. Thank you. So the team that's going to be primarily working in the township is Terry Gervais, myself, Chris Madonna, Jerry Vittori, Chris Burke, and Mike Villeneuve. So I'm the team lead for the fire master plan. Chris Madonna is the team lead for the community risk assessment, but we all overlap. And then we have specialists that support specific sections of the documents. Thank you. So I'll talk a little bit about the risk assessment. So the Ontario regulation of the FPPA came into effect in 2019, mandating community risk assessments for municipalities. So the deadline for that is July 1st, 2024. So the community risk assessment identifies and examines community risk hazards from the fire services perspective. This differs than the emergency management programs, the HIRA, which again identifies it from an emergency management perspective. Community risk assessments are tools that help municipalities make decisions about fire protection services based on the unique needs and circumstances of their community. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm not going to read all these. The community risk assessment has specific sections that we need to complete. These are the sections that we work with. Demographic, geographic certainly matter to each specific municipality. So the community risk assessment obviously assesses risk. So risk is defined as the measure of probability and consequences of the adverse effect of health, property, organization, environment, or community due to an event, activity, and operation. So the two factors that are most prevalent is the probability and consequence, and that's how we score it. Next slide, please. So our approach and methodology, we start with a specialist team, which we've introduced to you. The data review, we look at all the documents. We've been visiting already, and we've spoken with the chief and stakeholders, the firefighters, the deputy fire chief, and your staff. So we started that community engagement, and then we start writing the community risk assessment once we have the necessary data. So the first factor is the likelihood. It's divided into rare, unlikely, possible, likely, and almost certain. So that's certainly the factors that we'll consider. The next one is consequence. So insignificant, minor, moderate, major, catastrophic. And again, this is from the fire department's perspective. And then we score it. And we score it, and this is an important document once we've done these. Sometimes it's very predictable, and sometimes there's surprises about what the community risks or the risks that are in your community. So once we've scored the risks, we develop risk treatment plans. Risk treatment plans are developed for each identified public safety risk. Risk treatment plans are created by using an evidence-based approach that clearly defines the problems posed by a given risk. Risk treatment plans consider the potential outcomes and proposed actions, assess options, and provide recommendations for addressing the risks identified issues. The recommendations and strategies given in the risk treatment plans may suggest training, service delivery agreements, resource allocation, and the service level changes. So the risk treatment plans and the fire master plan come together, and that's why they're delivered together at the same time, because there's a lot of overlap, and we want to make sure that the recommendations match. So on to the fire master plan. So the fire master plan, once we've got the community risk assessment, we understand the risks in your community, we start developing the fire master plan. The approach is very similar to the community risk assessment. It's done simultaneously. at times. So the startup meeting, we did that at the same time with the community risk assessment, stakeholder engagement. We've done that as well. Data collection and analysis. So we ask for initial wave of data, and then when we go through that, we find that we need some more data, and we have a second wave and a third wave. Draft and a final report. So we'll create a draft document. We'll submit it to the chief and the deputy for them to go over to quality control it. We'll send it back to us, and we'll submit a final draft. So the purpose of the Fire Master Plan is to ensure that the community complies with Fire Protection and Prevention Act and other legislation. We provide a clear picture of the community's current and anticipated fire protection needs, recommends strategies to protect lives and property by enhancing public education, code enforcement, and fire suppression services, and provide information to guide administrative, operational, and budgetary decisions. So there are many sections and factors depending on the municipality. These are the general ones: community demographics, the fire department structure, legislation, fire service agreements, social dynamics, emergency management, occupational health and safety. Fire prevention is a big one. Types and levels of service, training and certifications, performance and response statistics, fire stations, water supply, and asset management. Next slide, please. So the stakeholders are anyone that impacts the fire service. We have counselors. If you want to engage and have a survey, and we're most welcome to that. Municipal staff, we've approached the CAO to see if we can meet and engage with the CAO. Fire department staff, of course. Residents, we have a public survey that we're going to submit online for the public, members of the public to have a say. Businesses and municipal partners. With the different groups, we call it a SWOT analysis. It's really a stakeholder engagement. And we engage with local fire service personnel, and it's vital for the Fire Master Plan development process. The SWOT, or the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis, can provide firsthand insights into the fire department's strengths and areas of improvement. The SWOT analysis can involve any of the following engagement methods: group sessions, one-on-ones, and surveys. That's it. Have open up to any questions, Your Worship.
Well, thank you very much. I see Councillor Jarvis has put his hand up already, so we'll go to Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate this being done. You talked early on in your presentation about community engagement. As I'm sure you've been made well aware, we're very much a water-based community, in many ways also seasonal. So some residents just aren't here in the winter, whereas in some places there are residents here in places that are awkward to get at, depending on the season. Is community engagement going to include talking with cottagers, cottage associations? How far down are you digging into this when you talk about community engagement?
Well, we'll engage with the community any way that we can. If there is a cottagers association meeting that we would be able to go to, we would certainly engage any association. The common way is through online with our survey. We do that. We find that the most successful because people have access to it. So if they're not necessarily in a physical location, we're able to engage that way as well. But we're flexible in our methods of trying to gather information to make this as accurate as possible.
I presume, Tony, Chad, you guys will make them aware of the associations in the area and make sure communication gets out to those guys, because I think it's really important. And I mean, I'd recommend being at the meetings. The meetings tend to take place, you know, July, August, possibly a little earlier, a little bit later. And I don't know if that fits the schedule or not, but I think it'd be very useful.
Chief Van Dam.
So through you, your chair, absolutely, we'll make the cottage associations aware of it, and if they choose to, that they would prefer to have Loomex come to their meeting or meet with a group, we're willing to accommodate as much as we can within reason to get the feedback that we require.
So get the word out. That's good. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, please.
Yeah, further to the council's comments previous to me, in the past, community input was gathered and was considered through two members of council that sat on a board with Loomex. I think Chief Van Dam and our former deputy chief, myself, Cynthia Douglas, worked with Loomex on the fire master plan. And I think the community engagement or the community portion of this was brought to you through two councillors. I'm just wondering, and I'm going to address this to our chief, Mr. Van Dam. I would normally do this in person and not in public, but can you explain to council why there was no councillor engagement in this process, or it hasn't been considered to date, where in the past I think it was a very integral part of the fire master plan, and having a councillor from the inland and a councillor from the coast involved in these discussions may be the representation you need from the community. Just your thoughts on that, if you wouldn't mind.
Chief Van Dam.
Through your chair, Councillor Bocek, we have considered it. It is a comment that was going to get made a little later on here during this presentation. Previously, the council picked two councillors to go forward and sit and be able to analyze the data and be able to have dialogue with the consultants to understand it in a deep, I'm going to say in a deep review. So if that's council's wishes, absolutely. I've spoken with the CAO. I think that process worked very well last time. And if it's council's wishes, we would like to have a council representative from the mainland, a council representation from the Georgian Bay waters, and somebody, a councillor from the north, because of council's request to look at some service, I'm going to say, merging potentially and look at those different options. We want to make sure that the councillors are representing the full municipality and that we have full engagement. So to your point, Councillor Bocek, I prefer that we run it the same way as we did the last time. However, that's a council decision to move forward.
Thank you very much, Tony, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing that question. And I'm quite happy to hear that. I think the rest of council is quite happy to hear that as well, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this report. Just would like to suggest, really building on some of the comments from my other fellow councillors, I think engagement with our community is very important. And, you know, there's sort of on season and off season and seasonal and non-seasonal. But I think the other thing that we need to remember is that if you want to engage our communities, it's a very important thing to be able to connect and push information as opposed to pull it. A limited number of our constituents spend much time on our website. So to rely on that is not going to happen very much. So I really want to encourage reaching out to our community associations. We have, I think, on coastal Georgian Bay, 5 at least cottage associations, and then there are several inland. And I think direct contact with those associations will garner a great deal of feedback, and but reaching out as opposed to expecting to be able to pull people in is we keep learning that or maybe we aren't learning, but maybe we need to learn that that's the way to get information back and forth between our communities. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I would say thank you very much for the presentation. It looks like it's a very methodical approach to listing everything. Question, risks. At some point, I guess you have to use your imagination, because not everything has happened here in the last 10 or 15, 20 years that you would have reports for. So where is the scope for, I mean, was it just yesterday that a plane crashed in a farmer's field just south of here? And I don't think that's something that happens that often. That must be one of the rare ones. Where does that come into this?
Thank you, Mayor. The risks are evaluated by consequence and severity, and frequency. So something like a plane in a plane crash would have a low frequency event, and it would be scored accordingly. So it's actually quite methodical and analytical for the risk assessment portion of it. Whereas the Fire Master Plan, there's more subject matter experts commentary in that. So yes.
Yeah. And then I'm wondering, and Chief Undon, maybe you can make this as part of your response, if you can add to that one, is also what are the next steps for you and for council?
Certainly, through your worship. One of the other things is that when you're looking at the risk and the consequences is COVID-19 was that human health emergencies was very low on most community risk assessments that were ever done in the past, and since that is right up at the top of the charts, and some municipalities right now that is their highest risk. So it changes, and that's why this is a living document. This document has to be reviewed every 5 years, and there is some legislation that says we need to review it, but every year, and then we need to go through the process every 5 years. So with that, with the next steps to move forward, I think one of the biggest steps moving forward is if council can pick who they would like to represent on this group to sit with Loomex, the deputy fire chief, and myself to keep this process moving. We are not anticipating this to be done until the fall, so that we have lots of time to engage our community when the community is here. So we've taken a lot of steps to ensure that we're hitting that mark as part of council's strategic planning. We want to make sure that this is all part of our process.
All right, well, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Lorimer, for coming to see us. We appreciate it. And I'm sure all of council looks forward to updates as this process goes along. And certainly the community outreach is going to be very interested to see what their imagination provides with regards to emergency services, fire services, and the like. So again, thank you very much. And to our fire chief and deputy fire chief, appreciate you getting out this on the road, so to speak. Thank you. Okay. The timing is actually going to work out rather well because we've got a couple minutes to 11, and I see that Mr. Mason is already on the standby list. So I think we'll go straight to water quality presentation for 11 o'clock. Deputation number 1 will now be number 2, but we'll do it. Mr. Mason, welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay or no?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So you have a show and tell for us?
I do not. There's a memo I understand that Greg put into your agenda package with respect to recommendation in terms of shifting from the original thought of a terms of reference to a different direction for council to consider or committee of a whole to consider. Greg, I'm not sure. Do you want me just to proceed with a full description summary?
Oh, so, Mr. Mariotti, should I turn it over to you at this point?
Sure, yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. I think I won't spend a lot of time because obviously Mr. Mason is the expert on this, but you know, time is ticking, and so this is why we wanted to bring this report to council in more of a formal manner, and in order to get some clear direction from council through a motion, which is in the report. But suffice to say that Generation Effects has spent a considerable amount of time with staff, with the district, with the SSEA, and also with some members of council who have had direct contact with Mr. Mason, and it's becoming quite clear that really we need to kind of walk before we run, and while we do an extensive amount of testing, and sometimes there is double testing and overlapping testing regimes, we really need to take a step back here and think about the medium and the long-term wants and needs of what we want the water quality testing to achieve. And hence, let's put together an actual water monitoring program that will contain input from various stakeholders out there in the community. I believe that the Sustainable Community Advisory Group also wanted to have input into this program. So we want to do this right. It's going to take a little bit of time, but once this program is in place, it will be the guiding document, if you like, in terms of how we go about to analyze and what to analyze, so that we can plan for the long term and not analyze annually and then receive a report annually and then what. So with that, I'll turn that over to Mr. Mason, because he is much more eloquent than I am.
Mr. Mason.
Thank you. That remains to be seen, Mr. Mariotti. We were originally hired by the township to look at developing a terms of reference, which was to look at hiring a consultant to basically undertake the water quality monitoring and report in a consolidated fashion for the township of Georgian Bay. What I've summarized to your staff, and I can see it summarized in your report, is that we're challenged in doing that work by the fact that there are many groups that are doing water quality monitoring, and they'll continue to do water quality monitoring because it fits within their mandates to do so. That the work that you have that's being done by different groups and fed to you has little coordination between the groups. And I can understand the desire to have that consolidated, but there needs to be more work around that design phase to look at how it is that these different pieces of information come to the township and are presented so that you can actually make meaningful decisions based on those. We're also challenged by the fact that there is no document or a series of documents that outline the goals and the objectives for the water quality monitoring program or water quality monitoring reports information that you receive, that then gives you as a staff and council the direction to say, all right, well, these are the follow-up actions, or these are the follow-up steps. All of that kind of direction would come from a consolidated monitoring program that you articulate as a township for what it is that you need and what your concerns are. And without that document, it's hard to go to a consultant and say, here, take this, run with this, and give us the data annually and a report annually that satisfies our needs. In addition to that, there remain questions around the kinds of sampling, the locations of sampling, the decisions that are made scientifically on where to sample and when to sample and how to sample, and then how to analyze that data. Without that sort of agreed to standard for the township that meets the township's needs, then it's hard then also to then go to a consultant and say, here, create this. So in short, our original RFP was a goal to create an RFP for you was going to be challenged by the fact that we don't have that kind of information. The last challenge that you have in terms of what you need going forward for the township is how are you going to, what are the standards by which you're going to compare this data against? Who's setting those standards? Are they scientifically valid? And then once you have those standards, if you trigger past those standards, monitoring assessment comes back and says, oh, this parameter is way over and above, like here's the follow-up step for you. You don't have that kind of management decision-making that staff can then provide you as council an adequate sort of report to say, here are the next steps to follow up on that. And I said that was the last, but actually there's a fifth one, which is if you have all these disparate groups in an unclear sort of set of standards and a set of monitoring approach, you also don't have an ability or anything right now that establishes how it is that you're going to hold on to the data through time and who owns that data and who houses that data. And if you're allowing for all these different groups to go and monitor without sort of any data standards, open standards, agreement around who owns and who holds the data, then, in 15 to 20 years or even 10 years, you could find yourselves in a similar situation as you are right now, with having to go and gather up all that data and that information and being challenged in doing so. And so our hopes would be now that the council would say, hey, let's kind of start over with an entire water quality design program that establishes all these different pieces that you articulates what it is that you want to monitor and how you're monitoring and where you're monitoring, how it's going to be analyzed, how you're going to store that data. And once you have all that, how does that actually go and then inform management actions by the municipality? And until you have that, then it's hard to even go out to a consultant and say, okay, we're looking for bids on actually delivering this program, or we're looking for an approach that allows us to get it to what we want. Hence the first recommendation that is in your memo around having us shift towards designing an RFP proposal to actually do a monitoring, environmental water quality monitoring program, have somebody do that for you. And then I can speak to the second one, but I see that there's a hand raised, and I don't know, Mayor, whether you'd like me to take that question now. I'm happy to do so.
Yeah, let's take the question from Councillor Bocek so he doesn't become too impatient. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Greg, this has been an ongoing problem in this township since I've been in this township. It hasn't changed over the years. I don't think it's going to change in the future. Hence the reason we reach out to bodies such as SSEA, which are a group of a dozen experts in their field, and we get the data from them. We have three sources, really. We have the water that runs off through SSEA, we have the water that runs off through the Muskoka watershed, and we have the water that falls out of the sky. And what we do with it as a township is our responsibility. I can see we spend a lot of money currently on getting reports from Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser, a group that monitors the water in Honey Harbor, SSEA, and the Muskoka watershed. And I understand there's a want or a desire for certain councillors to be able to gather data and come up with some sort of correlation of data that they can make some sense out of. I don't know that's practical. I, for one, tend to read the data that's given to me from the Muskoka Watershed Council and from SSEA. And if there's warning bells that go off, then an action plan is needed.
Are you leading to a question?
It is coming to a question. You yourself, Greg, said that you feel that in order to correlate all this data, own it, secure it, and store it and use it is going to be a problem. So in your opinion, do we continue down this path of this RFP, or is it just a simple waste of taxpayers' money because we have all the data currently. And as far as I'm concerned, the data we're given, we can analyze ourselves. It's all been done for us. It's handed to us on a plate. Your thoughts on this, whether you think we're going down the right path or not?
Mr. Mason.
So what I would say would be that SSEA and District of Muskoka and other groups do very good work. And it's not just those three. You have MECP that does various research and monitoring. Environment Climate Change Canada also goes in and does water quality monitoring. Georgian Bay Forever does different research and monitoring. All of those are very good. What you don't have as a township, as my understanding, is any clarity on what are those consistent standards that are going to lead us to a consistent form of action for the municipality. What I'm suggesting, I think what we're suggesting here by engaging in this water quality monitoring design for the township is to get you to a place as a township where one, you can fully appreciate what SSEA and understand as council, the current council, future councils and staff, what it is that SSEA, the District of Muskoka and other groups that are doing and how it informs our knowledge and understanding about the different waters that as you've described. Without a document that is directed at your municipal scope of responsibilities and ability to act, I think you're going to continue with the levels of, I'm going to say confusion, and I hope that's not offensive to some, but you don't have a document that allows you to proceed with clear direction. So you're kind of always in this dance of like, well, SSEA's data is telling us this. How do we respond to this as a individual municipality? And they can do that. They can give, SSEA is quite good at giving that advice, but their program design, and we've spoken with SSEA, it isn't always directed at all of the concerns that I've heard being raised by council for Georgian Bay waters. And therefore it's like, all right, well, how do you get to those concerns? And then what's the water quality program from that? And it's the same with the district. They have a certain design criteria for their program that works for their policy structure. It's not clear that it works for your municipal interest needs. And so I think it's not necessarily that you're reinventing everything, but it's within one place for you as a municipality that says and articulates, okay, we understand this is being done here, this is being done here, here's what we're going to add on, and here's how we complement that. And if you're going to add in new data or new data analysis, here's how it fits within what everybody else is doing. And right now, it isn't clear that you've got that solid understanding of how to fit. To the housing of the data, yes, it's a challenge, but again, without it clearly being articulated how you're going to do it as a municipality, all of this report, all of these data points are just like headed off and held by other places. And you don't have agreements in place as I see them right now, from the time I've spent looking at it, that says, okay, you have enduring access to those data points. You actually own that data, or you own access to that. And I think, if you're investing in this, it makes sense to have that be clarified.
Thank you very much. And Greg was right. You do articulate far better than he does.
Thanks.
CEO Mariotti, did you also want to respond to Council Vocek before I go to Councillor Graziano?
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add that what complicates matters somewhat for a file that is so important for the township and is front and center and has multiple stakeholders. We have no dedicated member of staff to this. We don't have a water quality analyst or someone who is familiar with this topic and who can be the focal point at the township and link all the various stakeholders. So this is why we're having to go external and we're muddling through this, because like I say, we don't have a member of staff that maybe we should have down the road for such an important topic. And Ms. Nicholson has done a great job trying to coordinate testing that she did last year with the transition of ex-councillor Wianco going out, but it really is, it's a big file, and so it's not easy for us to muddle through without someone on staff.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, through your worship. I would agree and say that you know, we've to date had fragmented sources of data rather, by way of all the different groups and associations that we've been working with, and really no way to converge that data through an overarching mandate. And I do understand that we need to build scaffolding before we build walls. And essentially, this is what I'm understanding to be the case here, is that essentially we're developing a plan, and that under that plan, we'll then be able to execute with our partners, our water quality testing partners. I'm not against the proposal to develop an RFP for water quality program. But my question to staff is under number 2, where the recommendation is to reduce or pause 2024 water quality testing. And the reason why I've got a question around this is because every monthly meeting that I have with my lake association heads and presidents, the ongoing reoccurring topic of discussion is water quality and water quality testing. I cannot see their approval, or I'm going to assume that I likely would not receive their approval to pause or reduce, rather maintain the status quo in parallel to developing this overarching policy and structure for future water quality testing programs. So I ask whether or not staff is prepared to continue with what we've done last year, albeit with some tweaks and fine tuning, because there was a few hurdles and speed bumps that we've encountered. And are they prepared to do so in parallel to looking at developing this larger platform policy, whatever you want to call it? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, Mr. Mason, you want to respond to that before I go to Councillor Predko?
So I hadn't had a chance to speak to the second part of the second recommendation, and I can do so now, or we can finish off conversations around the first recommendation and then proceed. I'm looking for direction from you.
Why don't we let Councillor Predko ask his question first, and then we'll go to you, Mr. Mason, for the second part, because I think he's whispered in my ear that his is sort of backed on from Councillor Graziano's. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, I did want to just kind of expand a little bit on what Councillor Graziano said. I think that he is correct in that the lake associations in particular place an awful lot of comfort in the numbers that they receive, so that they can see that things haven't changed in the current year. So there would be discomfort in not having any testing. And even though I understand the recommendation and I can see the value of it, and I understand that numbers aren't changing year to year, and there should be some inherent comfort for everybody in that. But I'm just wondering what we can do to either have, from a cost perspective or from an effort perspective, to have one round of testing or 2 rounds of testing, similar to what we've done in the past, or at least make sure that the Muskoka watershed has expanded their lakes that they test to include the ones that they don't, that we did on their behalf last year. And that would be, I guess, both to Mr. Mason or to Mr. Mariotti.
Okay. So, Mr. Mason, why don't you speak to the second part? Because I think that's where a lot of this conversation is going to go. And Councillor Hazelwood, I trust you will wait for Mr. Mason to say his bit, and then we'll get on to that. Okay, Mr. Mason, please go ahead.
For sure, and I let me start by saying I can fully appreciate the sensitivity of a municipality withdrawing from or temporarily pulling back from water quality monitoring data that at least in some manner provides ratepayers with a level of comfort, whether it's scientifically backed or not. And that's where I would trigger, which is that in other municipalities that I've worked with over the years, the idea of monitoring is somewhat like a security blanket. And the question then becomes it basically becomes a political question. So I'll leave it like it gets left to you as politicians. All I can say would be that when we take a look at the data that's been monitored and how it's going to be used, the township will continue for this year to not really have a means of taking that data and having it really help to inform your programs, really meaningfully suggest whether or not it's sort of whether you've got healthy lakes or not, any more than you would have had any other year. And so from a scientific, and that's all I can really kind of bring to you from a scientific and also from a policy or like a municipal policy lens, you're not really gaining a lot by doing another year of data. But absolutely, from a political perspective, there is that notion of like, all right, how does this look? And that's not really for me to comment on. There are certain aspects of data where for sort of like some of for some of the nutrient monitoring, where you would want to continue, especially if it's tied into making use of provincial lab space for those nutrients. You wouldn't want to necessarily lose that. All I think we're articulating is being articulated in that second sort of recommendation is that financially and then scientifically, there are reasons where you could delay a year, but that, as I understand it through Mr. Mariotti, is that you could make that decision. So that there's no harm in making the decision from a scientific or a policy lens.
All right, thank you very much. With that, Councillor Hazelton, I'm sure you have some ideas to share or questions.
What a novel concept. I have something to say. Yes. Okay. First of all, Greg, thanks for your report. I think there's some good value in there. I did want to highlight a few things, though. First of all, your concept on consistent standards. Absolutely. I think that's been a bit of a challenge we've had in the past. Your comment about ownership of data, I don't know if you're aware of this, but we, the township, have been paying for various people over the years, started with Carl Schaefer back in the 90s and has continued through with Dr. Chow Fraser. We own all of that data. Staff may not know where it is, but I can guarantee you that the policy of Dr. Chow Fraser is that we own that data. And she has compiled all of the data that she has ever done and Carl Schaefer has ever done. And sadly, there are inconsistent standards, makes it difficult to get real trends. But it's really important, I think, that we know that we own all the data. And if we don't have it in our clerk's department as the custodian of all this stuff, then that is certainly something that we can do. I'm delighted to hear your comment about SSEA, and I would throw the Muskoka Watershed Council into the same pot. Yes, they do good work, but they don't necessarily do what we need. And so I think that's important to understand. We, as some people know, 3 terms ago and maybe 3 and 4 terms ago, we had a water quality testing committee. And the only purpose of that committee was to talk about and to do water quality testing. Sadly, for the communities where we, and again, prior to being a councillor, where we felt the shortcoming of that committee is that it had no teeth. Nothing was ever done. It was just focused on water testing as opposed to driving action from the results that were being found. And so that is a key reason why in my first term, I chose not to try to resurrect it because as a water quality testing committee, it was mostly useless. though, kind of to kind of further go on here, what we have learned, and I hope hopefully you understand this as well, is that some of the testing and goals of the inland lakes are going to be different than they are on the bay, and that is I'll call it a truth, a non-refutable truth. And so programs that are of value to the inland lakes are going to be different than they are to the bay. Now, one of the things that I would like to highlight, though, is your comment about we may not lose anything by not doing testing this year. So I don't know if you're aware, but Dr. Chow Fraser and McMaster University 2 years ago began near shore shallow water testing of aquatic vegetation and algae growth and things like that. So they have 2 years of data. And as you know, being a scientist, you will know that 2 years of data does nothing for you. Losing year 3, I think, would be very damaging for generating any result, because we really don't know, and they don't know where the patterns are going to be going. But only having 2 years of sampling and data that would be I think a huge fail. And so I think we need to look at those programs going forward, because in fairness, those programs on Georgian Bay are what I'll call the real differentiators. We've been doing center of the bay testing forever, and that's what SSEA does, and that's what Ministry of Environment do, and everything else. But nobody has ever been able to explain the nearshore stuff. Thank God McMaster University has embraced that as a topic, and I think we need to continue down that path. And so, although I agree that there needs to be some changes, personally, what I would like to see is, as we embrace Dr. Chow Fraser and doing some of the things that she might be doing out in the bay, I would lobby strongly for a consistent lab like Dorset, where anything that she does and her team does has the same technology used to do the sampling, so that we converge on a standard sampling quality, if you will, standard, and then the results become more easily shared with anybody else that might be doing similar kinds of testing. So I'll pause there and just kind of, that's a whole bunch of ideas being thrown out, but I think there's great value in us continuing what we're doing, especially this nearshore stuff. And I think that there are opportunities to modify the program. I don't think we need to throw it out with the bathwater. I think we need to take the programs that we've got with all the phenomenal insights that we had from Carl Schaefer in his time here, and some of the additional work that Dr. Chow Fraser has done, and evolve them to a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mason, do you wish to respond before I go to Councillor Cooper?
I'm a bit of a loss because I'm not sure that there was a question within that, so I don't
Let's
actually.
Go to Councillor Cooper, and we'll see if he has a question within his comments. Time will tell. Councillor Cooper, please.
Yes, I do have some comments and questions, but I think we sort of need to hear the full report. As I understand it, you're not really finished your report. Is that not correct?
Mr. Mason.
Through you, Your Worship. My second part around just sort of speaking to the relative risks of continuing or not continuing work in this year, or pausing it, was the culmination, just in sort of speaking to the second recommendation within the memo that you have. So
I'd rather, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, hear that portion, because some people are commenting on that very subject, and I think it would be useful to hear from Mr. Mason's thoughts, and then I could weigh in once we get through that, if that's okay.
Okay, my confusion perhaps, I thought Mr. Mason had already responded to that and saying how he believes, if I may summarize, and please correct me, Mr. Mason, if I'm wrong, that he believes from a scientific perspective that water testing in 2024 is not necessary, but from a political perspective, he's not going to comment because he figured that's our job.
So I did hear those comments, but for whatever reason, maybe I wasn't paying attention, but I got the impression that there was a second sort of set of comments from him. If not, I'd be happy to jump in here.
Please go ahead.
Is that correct, Greg? You're finished?
Yep.
Okay, so they're mostly comments, but I was very pleased to hear some of the things that you had to say, including what I sort of wrote down prior to you even saying this was sort of the relevance or appropriateness of some of the information that we're gathering. There's inconsistencies, but also some of it's is irrelevance sort of, and some of the testing may not be appropriate for certain areas. Certainly on Georgian Bay, we know the testing on Georgian Bay, it needs to be different from what is on the inland lakes. We also know some other things, which is that we've discovered through a lot of information from our scientists that nearshore testing makes a lot of sense, because guess what? That's where our drinking water comes from, not out in the middle of a bay, 200 or 300 yards offshore, down 30, 40 feet. That is lovely to see, but it's not really necessarily getting the picture in terms of the safety issue. And that's one of the things our constituents want, is some red flags if there are some safety issues. And so we've seen some things like that. We also saw last year that there weren't a lot of red flags, but there were some reasons for that, including weather related. So as we understood it from the people at McMaster. So I think I would be very concerned about sort of stopping the testing process. I think we need to get some consistency, but remembering that we're going to have different testing in different areas. As I'm thinking, that's what we're learning here from you and from others. So I guess the other thing I would say is that this all can cost a lot of money, and we just yesterday spent a ton of money on a bunch of different initiatives, and how much can we afford? So this is one of the highest things on our constituents' hit parade is water protection and the environment. And if we have to double up here, where's the money coming from? Are we going to just keep spending? That's my concern. Those are not questions for you, Greg, from the perspective of assessing what's going on, and they're political questions, but they're very valid ones. And I'm saying those for my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Mr. Mason.
So I think now I can speak to both what Councillor Hazelden and Councillor Cooper summarized within their comments, that indeed in undertaking a water quality program design, you would and you should expect to get to a place where you understand that there are different sampling processes, sampling parameters for the different areas that you have. And even within the Georgian Bay waters, and even within the nearshore waters, that there's work that MECP, Ministry of Environment, Conservation Parks, the old MOE, has done, which highlights the really significant variation in the nearshore waters that exists, from, in your township, it'd be from like North Bay and South Bay as you go out towards Go Home. They're massively different kind of ecological contexts that, if you're going to shape a water quality monitoring program around, deserves to be understood, or like, what are the concerns that you would see in these different areas, and then what's the water quality monitoring parameters. The other thing that sometimes, and again, what this program design would get for the township would be the difference between an enduring water quality monitoring program and a research program. And I think what I've heard from Council Hazelton and what Pat Fraser's done, and I've of course read through the materials, is that it's a blend of sort of picking up on water quality monitoring, continuing that, but also adding a research flavor to that has research questions. And yes, you can get at monitoring through research, and often that's how federal governments, provincial governments do this, which is that they're like, hey, you know what? The government doesn't really have an appetite for enduring water quality monitoring to the degree, so they kind of come at this monitoring program in different ways, often through research agendas. But it's important for the municipality to be able to clearly say, here's the enduring water quality monitoring locations and sampling that we are going to carry on for 20 years, 25 years. If something comes up which triggers a question, that's a research question. And you go out and you find a researcher like Pat Fraser or others that can actually dig in deeper, do more data sampling, do more types of analysis to understand what's going on and why in that area. And Pat Fraser's work is excellent, and it does a good job in this area. There's other nearshore work that is being done on Georgian Bay. Severn Sound Environmental Association and others are doing that. But for a municipality, you don't understand, you don't have a document that helps to clarify for you how to take that data and then apply it into a decision-making structure in terms of saying like, well, what next? Or as my old academic, profs would say, it's like, their big question was like, so what? It's like, great, you have this data. Now what? What do you do with it? And I think your staff are unclear about like, well, I get this data. Now what? And how do you respond? And what are the jurisdictional authorities you have in place to even respond to some of the data? And maybe that's not your municipal goal, but that's not clear at this time. The last thing I would say, and I just is for sure, SSEA has done Senator Bay work, and that's a part of a long-term enduring water quality monitoring program that I would just be reluctant to say is not valuable. It is valuable. It has important. It has a reason that you're doing it. And as you're sort of articulating, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's like, well, let's not diminish one at trying to expand on another area. Let's understand what are the relative reasons that we do these different programs in different places. If there are additional concerns that we want to track, let's maybe also consider doing that. The last thing that I would just mention around the financial piece, and this goes to recommendation number 2, is just being sensitive. And I think this is where in conversations with Greg Mariotti, it's like being aware of the fiscal constraints that municipalities are under. We're just simply saying this is an option for you to consider. Yes, delaying research programs has implications, but if you're looking at having to make financial decisions, that it's a relatively low risk decision if council chooses to go in that direction.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Greg, that now what comment is sort of clearly defined my, I guess, turmoil over the last term and a half, where we go from whatever it is we've got. And I think clearly we need to come up with something that's consistent that we can work with and that our constituents better understand how we will work with. My question is, and this maybe to Greg or maybe to council in general, and I think it's in Greg's conclusion number 2 is, do we want to consider reducing or pausing any water quality monitoring activities? And if so, which ones? I guess in my mind, if we reduce them, where do we lose lab capacity that we would like to have? In other words, I think it's the ones that we have lab capacity that we might lose, that we need, that we want to try and keep in place, and which leaves what? And what are the financial considerations on those? It's double barrel question, but I'm hoping it could be answered by either you or by our CAO.
Thank you. Councillor Preco, I'm going to pause on you because this would be your second round. So I'm not starting the second round quite yet. I want to add a couple of comments. from my perspective, I think there's a couple of key things that are very important. One is, and as Councillor Cooper mentioned, drinking water, safety issues, swimming water, whatever, what's off our dock is very important to a significant portion of our residents, regardless of where they happen to have their place. We know the majority of residents have docks, they're on water, and they want that water to be safe. And I think, you know, if we're developing a water quality program, that has to be a significant, in my mind, criteria that our water testing is letting us know if the water is relatively safe. And so to me, I personally think a water quality program is exceptionally important to the township, and that we have that we have, you know, that we clearly articulate what we're trying to do. I think the other aspect that I believe is quite important to our water testing is understanding to what degree the, I'll call it, lack of safety of our water when we are discovering that in some areas, to what degree is it naturally caused or human caused? And I think that is also very important, because if it's naturally caused, what we can do about it may be somewhat limited. I mean, maybe we discover it's naturally caused, but it's because some folks have clear cut the last so many meters in front of the lake, and we have to encourage naturalizing their lakefronts. But maybe it's, so you could argue that's a balance, or a mixture of natural caused versus human caused. But I also think we want to know, is it human caused because septic systems are failing, or because anchoring yachts are dumping a little too readily what they have on board, to name two possible sources. And so to me, we need to, I believe, from the water quality program that we prepare, we need to get results that we can use to modify our bylaws, our regulations, so that we can better ensure relatively safe water. I suspect, and I could be wrong, so it's just speculation on my part, I suspect that council has a definite interest in expanding our mandate with Generations Effect to go from just issuing an RFP to creating a water quality program to back up, if you will, or inform that RFP. So I think the actual decision in front of us, and again, we can go through this in steps, but I think there's two steps being proposed, and we have to decide whether we go for either of them. One is, are we going to create a water quality program? I'm all in favor of that. The second one is, are we going to pause our 2024 water quality testing to basically pay for that? In other words, instead of spending money on water quality testing, we're going to spend money on our water quality program, or are we going to double up? My sense is, I think we should probably double up, because I think it would be borderline political suicide to tell everybody we're not testing this year. But that's my personal opinion. Obviously, at a certain point, council will have to make an opinion on this. And so when we call for the vote on this, I think, even though I have one motion in front of me, I'll probably separate it into two motions, and we can vote separately in each one. And the first motion will be that we want, whether or not we want to go ahead and create this water quality program that sets out what we're actually trying to achieve from all our water testing. And then the second motion to be considered will be whether or not we think we should spend the extra money. Now, remember, the original mandate with Generations Effect was about $15,000 for the RFP preparation. Now, with the water quality program, it could be some $30,000 or $40,000. So, you know, if of correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mason, but we're talking about an increment of adding, let me call it, taking that original 15 and doing anything from doubling it to tripling it to get a far more thorough program. Am I correct?
No, basically the work that we've been doing and we would continue to do would be to create an RFP for you to go out and get a consultant to do, engage in a competitive bidding to get you a water quality monitoring program. So we would be finishing off our the work to develop an RFP, a clear RFP for the township, to then secure a consultant to do that water quality monitoring program.
You're not preparing that. You're not proposing to prepare that water quality program yourself.
No.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's clarification. Thank you. And so I think, we're obviously we have people interested. I'm going to make a second round on this, but I'm asking you, as you speak in your second round, there's two topics in my mind. One topic is, do we want to the RFP to chase a water quality program creation? And two, do we want to pause our water quality testing this year to effectively fund that? Or do we want to double up to spend a little more money, but hopefully from a net result of that, have a water quality program in front of us to utilize for the 2025 our approach to get people to fulfill its requirements. With that, Councillor Predko, I'm going to go to you. You've been patient. And then Councillor Bocek and Cooper, I have already on my list.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I think my comments will be very consistent with what you just said and what other councillors have said previously. I think we have an obligation as a township to ensure that the water off our docks and off in our waterways that we have our intake pipes in is safe, and that our residents have a level of assurance that it has been tested and we're aware of what any issues there might be. So in that regard, I think that we need to have a program for water quality management, as is being recommended by Mr. Mason and Mr. Mariotti in the report. And on the issue of 2024, looking at that comfort level that people have, and what I know from lakes in MacTier and in Go Home Lake and Gibson Lake, people do look at the interim report or results that are posted by the water sampling, and they do take into account that the water is safe to be drinking and swimming in, and is an important feature to their summer life and comfort while they're at their cottage or home. So I wouldn't want us to suspend water quality testing this year, but I would ask that either Mr. Mason or Mr. Mariotti or Ms. Nicholson review the how it went last year with, I think there were 6 rounds of testing that was done with Pat Chow Fraser's group, and whether or not the entire 6 would be required, whether the Muskoka watershed can take over some of that testing and provide us with results, but really just making sure that we don't lose that quality assurance that our waters are safe and the E. coli levels are not out of any range for any reason during the summer. So those are my 2 comments on those areas.
Right. Thank you very much. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to refer to a statement that was made by one councillor that said that, the majority of our population is waterfront, and the near shore testing is very important, I think, is what Councillor Cooper had said. And I just wanted to remind Councillor Cooper that the permanent residents of this township swim in these waters off these docks as well. And we also get our drinking water from a municipal source, which is drawn from the lake that this testing is done on. So it's not only important to our waterfront residents, it's very important to all of our residents. The other thing I wanted to remind council of, because we're looking at either suspending current water testing or doubling up or a decision that needs to be made, I want to remind everybody on council that SSEA is one organization that works with us, but perhaps only 15 to 20% of their mandate is water quality. As our sustainability officer made mention yesterday, she uses these groups for other things than just water testing, and they're very valuable to the township. So to suspend, for a year, I want to make sure that we understand that if we're going to do a suspension of water testing for a year, that only the water testing portion of what SSEA does for us is what we should be looking to suspend, because our staff does use other aspects of that organization. My comments, and thank you very much. Greg, if you'd like to comment on that, please, I'm willing to hear.
I'm just going to make one comment, and that is we're not going to suspend much of what SSEA does because they have that year-long notice requirement. Councilor,
Sorry, through your worship, just to provide clarity, the second resolution was really around any additional water quality monitoring that you fund that's outside of core funding that goes elsewhere. So District of Muskoka would continue their work, as I suspect SSEA would, given that it's bundled into another service agreement that you have. So that recommendation was not and I apologize if it wasn't clear, but it was not meant to touch into those, because we can't, and we wouldn't necessarily at this time touch into those.
I'm sure you were very clear. It's just my understanding of it wasn't very clear. And I do happen to agree with our mayor and with Councillor Pretko that I would double up in this situation. And I think our number one priority is the environment, and to spend money on the environment is not going to be a hard sell to our constituents. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a few hopefully brief comments. First of all, delighted that Councillor Bochek supports my supposition, which is the water quality close to the near shore is important to everybody. And if I inadvertently ignored the land-based permanent residents, that wasn't my intent. My intent is to make sure that the waters in the near shore are drinkable. And that's what we need to continue to find out. I'm also would like to comment that I realize that we have certain arrangements that we're kind of married to. The District of Muskoka Watershed Council work is fine. We're committed to it until we're able to get out of the District of Muskoka, and that's going to be a challenge, unlike the archipelago. And a lot of the work that's done by the Watershed Council is, okay, but it's not exactly, certainly not anything, very little done on the bay. And that is a big part of our waterfront that's been ignored by the district. And as far as SSEA is concerned, we still have issues with, I consider, Greg, that center of bay testing, and maybe something that has to go the way of the dodo bird, because what we're really saying here, our constituents are concerned about, is water quality in the near shore, so that they do have drinking water. Anyway, I think we need to keep that in sort of the back of our mind. This is unfortunately sort of a political decision, as I'm hearing from others. It's too bad. In a way, I don't think we should be motivated by that. I think we should be motivated by the fact that it's our job as councillors to look after the water quality in the township of Georgian Bay, whether we get re-elected or not. And I'm not trying to lecture anybody here. I just say that our motivations should be for the environment, and our stated goal is environment first. Finally, I guess in terms of how would I vote? I would vote for both programs. One is examination and finding a way to get an RFP out there that meets, that will help us identify meeting the goals that we might have in the future. So I'm in favor of that, and I think we need to continue testing, not because I'm worried about getting reelected, but because I'm interested in making sure we have good water quality. And so I think there is a whole bunch of things that have been identified today that need to be remembered, and I'm hoping that Mr. Mason will take note of those things, including the fact that a lot of the water testing that has been done in Georgian Bay, for example, by Dr. Pat Chow Fraser, as somebody referenced, was in Honey Harbor only. In fact, she's really the only person that's doing, and her team, I should say, are the only ones that are really doing any work in the center and northern portions of coastal Georgian Bay. That's important, and we need to remember that. We've identified areas in the middle part of the bay in previous years, not last year, but in previous years, where we had water quality problems in the near shore areas. So let's remember that's an area we have to look after. It's a hell of a lot of water. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, through your worship. So my perspective is very much driven by environmental considerations and not political longevity. When I say that, my understanding, based on my conversations with my constituents, specifically the Lake Association heads, is that the current water quality testing organization, specifically, again, Pat Chow Fraser, as we've talked about multiple times, has identified some hotspots this year for or on some of the inland lakes. And I know that those Inland Lake Association presidents and organizations are not going to be happy to hear that we have stopped, that we have delegated the responsibility to a service such as, one of the ones that could be free and offered by Muskoka every other year, in parallel to us drafting this larger consolidated policy. So I'm going to reiterate my statement from earlier. I do not want to see any change in water quality testing this year, specifically because, again, my perspective, my position is based on the science. It's based on what has been articulated from the current group. And I know that I'm going to receive a lot of concerns and inquiries if we do stop the current process, the current reviews, and move towards a pause and develop approach. So with that said, I'm for consolidating, I'm for this RFP, I'm for developing and engaging an organization that's going to help us develop the scaffolding before we put the walls up. But in parallel, I think we need to monitor and we need to keep our eyes on the environment. Lastly, I do want to ask, we passed this resolution specifically to engage Mr. Mason quite some time ago. And I'm wondering, why is it now, as we approach spring, that we are being asked to perhaps consider pausing? Why wasn't it identified immediately out of the gate? We would have had a little bit more runway to react and perhaps already be in the process of developing what we are here discussing today. So I'm just curious to know why the delay. Thank you.
Mariotti?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I alluded to the fact earlier that what complicates matters is that we don't have a dedicated staff person on this file, but also, as council is aware, there are many items that that staff are trying to juggle, and Ms. Nicholson and myself have worked with Mr. Mason and Generation Effects have done their due diligence and spoken to various stakeholders over a period of time, and so we are at this junction at this point in time.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Yes. So I have a proposal that I would like to bring forward here, just to kind of set the stage here. When we first started talking about this water quality thing, we, as council, asked specifically for a working group that we could then conduct sessions in a working group, dialogue, collaborative type of approach before we got to this position. And we haven't had that. I think that there is an enormous amount of expertise in the various communities. I'm pretty certain that Councillor Graziano would feel that he's got access to expertise for the inland lakes, as would Councillor Predko. And I can assure you that Councillors Jarvis, Cooper, and I know that we have access to great expertise for people in the Bay. And I think it would behoove us to strike a working group, or maybe a couple of working groups, to try to move the bar forward on this before we try to kind of hand off something to create an RFP. So I would say that where we are today, there's been enormous expertise brought to the table over the years. And I think that for us to think that we're at the beginning of an RFP stage, which is kind of where I sense that we think we are, I'm not sure that that's where we want to be. Shifting gears for a second, actually, I would like to put that recommendation on the table, Mayor, as a resolution that we can adopt and move forward, that we continue this discussion in a working group structure so that we can bring the relative expertise that we have in our communities to the table and not just have it in an asynchronous mode of, emails here or whatever, but actually in a full dialogue, discussion, debate kind of mode, which is where you make the most progress on any topic. And I have another item that I'd like to bring up following that.
I think I would prefer that we look at the motions in front of us and then talk about the possibility of a working group.
Doesn't the motion in front of us direct a different type of path?
The current motion in front of us has two parts to it. One is that the RFP is developed for review and creation of a proposed water quality program. And the second one in front of us, that the township consider reducing or pausing the 2024 water quality monitoring. And
so I think what I'm trying to suggest here is I think we've already dealt with number two. Everybody says not. And on number one, I don't feel that we've had the benefit of working groups to inform an RFP process. And I think that would be critical for us to get to the best place. And, anytime you put, 2 or 3 experts in a room and you talk about what path you should go down, there is learning from each other in that group session, and the end state is better than kind of an asynchronous set of communication. So I think it behooves us to leverage that, given all the expertise we've had over the years.
all right. First of all, I'm going to go to Mr. Mason. In your work so far on your RFP and on your additional work, to what degree will you be consulting with the expertise in our township? And do you believe a working group would be useful to your process?
What I would say is as follows: that in the creation of a water quality program for the township, that you would write into your RFP that a working group or groups, as Councillor Hazelton has outlined, would benefit the creation of a water quality program. The benefit to the township of having that process be led by a consultant is that then You have the necessary expertise to be able to, one, facilitate those working groups in an adept fashion. That also that you have through those consultants that are working for you, the ability to synthesize and then go and follow up on any kind of research or inquiry that gets at where there might be differences of opinion or differences of standards, and can summarize that for the working group, but also for, you know, then a report to council that gets you to your water quality program. That I think that, in short, I would say that there's an engagement process with both ratepayers and levels of expertise to help you design your water quality program that we would write into the RFP for you.
So, Mayor, I hear the answer, and I'm not disagreeing necessarily with the answer, but sadly, that's exactly, sorry, the council exactly specifically asked for working group involvement before we even got to today, and that hasn't happened. There has been asynchronous communication. There's been research, but I think that we need to find a way to bring this community expertise to the table in a discussion forum and not in asynchronous communication structures.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor Bocek.
Yes, Councillor Bocek.
I'm confused by the statement that Councillor Hazelton made that council requested this working group. I don't have any evidence of that, and I don't know what he's referring to. Perhaps I wasn't at the meeting.
Councillor Hazelton, are you able to identify this specific instruction? Was it in a resolution or a direction, or?
We as council asked for a working group process, and what we were told was that we would have multiple committee of the whole sessions instead.
And I'll verify that if I may.
All right.
Thank you. The clarity was appreciated.
The question that I have for Councillor Hazelton is the working group to inform the RFP, or is the working group to inform the water quality program that is to be created?
I think it's to inform the RFP, because if you you define an RFP to say, I know what I want, you tell me how I'm going to get it. And I think we're one step before that. You know, and I think Greg Mason has highlighted the fact that we don't have clear goals for each individual area. And so without the you know, a working group session of, say, you know, a group of people from the inland focused on what do they really want, what are the, and a group of people from the Bay, and what do you really want? Recognize that we've already understood that the needs and wants are going to be different. And only after that kind of working group, you know, discussion, are we likely to get to a point where an RFP might say, okay, here are the things that, you know, a respondent to the RFP, here are the things that you should need to provide as part of your response.
I'm a little bit concerned that if this working group is going to figure out all that we want and need, then we won't need the water quality program, because the working group will already have figured it out in the RFP.
Well, then maybe it's done for free then with through a working group, as opposed to going out to an RFP process and having people bid on it.
Okay. I don't want to get this too twisted away from what we're doing here. Right now, I had taken the current motion and broke it into two separate motions, because I think clearly from what I'm listening to everyone, that we're going to go in two different directions. In other words, we are going to be in favor, I think, in one form or another, of going down the road of getting a water quality program. And two, I don't believe we're going to be in favor of pausing the 2024 water quality monitoring activities. So I think I'm going to suggest that perhaps we could have a third motion, and that motion would be around establishing working groups to inform perhaps both the RFP and the water quality program that would come afterwards. Would something like that work?
Is that not what we're requesting the RFP for?
Well, this is where it's a little bit confusing to me, because if the working group is informing the RFP, what they're going to be informing the RFP is what we want out of the water quality program. And whereas I think the water quality program is hiring the consultant who's going to be working with the working groups, among other things. Mr. Mason.
Yeah, I think if I can provide clarity, which is that you had asked, do I have sufficient information in front of me right now based on the comments of council and the interviews that I've done to be able to create an RFP for the township? That RFP will go through the process of getting you a clarity on your goals and objectives as it relates to the water quality monitoring program, the research, perhaps education as part of that water quality program that helps address the concerns that you have. So in terms of designing a water quality program for the township, you would start out with a process of understanding what are the varying concerns that we have, and there's ways of getting at that. There's multiple ways that you would get at that and triangulate to verify that indeed those are the concerns. Then you would go into saying, okay, what are the goals and objectives that we have? What are the, what are the various monitoring parameters that we would have? What are the standards against which we are going to compare those to? That would flow into then what are the actions that we're going to take if those standards aren't met? So that whole design process to get you to a document or a policy for the municipality would include engagement with the necessary groups to get you to a solid water quality program that is addressing the grassroots, if you will, or ratepayer concerns, as well as the expertise. And it verifies against the levels of expertise that you have within the township, but you would also hire. I think without having, a clear facilitator, plus somebody that can sort of be the municipal representative to basically evaluate the different opinions that you are likely to receive through any kind of working group, that you're going to leave yourself in some levels of confusion. The RFP would bundle all of that into one process is what we would propose at this time.
Thank you. So I'm going to propose, Councillor Hazelton, that I'm going to call it, have three motions. The first motion is about whether or not we want to convert the RFP to a RFP for a water quality program. The second is whether or not we want to pause the 2024 water quality monitoring. And the third one is whether or not we want to create working groups to inform the water quality program creation, water quality program creation. You're shaking your head.
Yeah, my concern with this is when you write an RFP, what you're typically asking is for a service company to come in and do specific things. If you are going to ask the respondents to an RFP to basically engage in discussions and studies and trying to figure out what the goals are and everything else, now those are all RFP level things. They're not they're all RFP creation things, creation steps, because ultimately what you want to do is you want to find a service provider that will deliver on what you've defined in the RFP. And so I don't think we want to leave it in. I don't think the RFP should be the thing that says, well, engage with the community and try to figure out what's going on and who wants to do what and so on. I think we're pushing that into the future, and I think we need to get that done before the RFP gets released.
And I guess I disagree with you with this one. I think that's putting the cart before the horse.
Well, it's kind of like I want an RFP for a car, and okay, I want a car I want a vehicle that gets me from point A to B. Okay,
I think
let's release the RFP. Oh, then the guy says, well, do you want round wheels or square wheels?
I think we get it.
You know,
Okay,
it's-
okay, but, all right.
Gee.
Councillor Bocek, you might want to mute yourself when you're
No,
reacting.
no, I don't. This is a cow meeting, and I don't feel I'm going to mute myself. I've listened to this diatribe now for
Okay, but
almost
Councillor
a half an hour,
Councillor
and
Bocek, you should be nonetheless recognized by the chair before you speak.
apparently protocol isn't being followed by all.
Okay, we've heard what Councillor Hazelton has to say. Councillor Jarvis, you haven't spoken as part of round two. Do you wish to add anything to the conversation?
Yeah, I'm listening, been listening all the way along here. I think that what I'm hoping I've got this right, Councillor Hazelton, is I think what we want to do is have the working groups formed in order to inform the RFP. That's our cart and horse situation. So the working groups are set up first, then we work with the RFP, and from there. So what the mayor has respectfully presented as item 3 in these motions should be item 1 from the standpoint of priority. Do I have that? Do I understand correctly? So I would be fine with that, Mr. Mayor, if we took what you have proposed as item number 3 and put it as item number 1 for us to vote on for informing the RFP. If you catch my drift.
All right, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I certainly support the working group's concept, and we do have expertise available to us, and it's a good process and sort of step to take. And I think Councillor Jarvis has articulated the order makes some sense. I will say that, with all due respect, one of the things that we have in this whole system here are councillors who have a lot of constituents that they talk to and understand. And I'm not sure that our council needs to be the working group, but our councillors need to be consulted. I have not been. So that speaks to or addresses the issue of a working group. Maybe the working group would be not me on it, because I'm not asking to be on the working group, but to be consulted. And that hasn't happened at all. So I think we need to make sure that we understand what our constituents are expecting. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. I think to Councillor Cooper's point, if I've been listening at all, that if we use Mr. Mason to do the RFP, that's exactly what he would do. He would reach out and seek information from councillors, from committee groups, from these experts that we're always talking about within us. These experts, are they the same experts that are planning experts too? So we have environmental expert, water quality experts, planning experts, but they're all within these 7 people that are sitting here. I think we need to move forward with this and let our engagement happen at the proper point in time. When Mr. Mason's group says we need to reach out and get more information, he will reach out and get. That's what we're paying him for. We're actually stroking a check so this guy can do the job to get the information. So I'm not going to talk anymore on this. When we go to vote, I'll vote. And I think we were moving down the right path. And we've diverted from that right path into something that's going to get us to the exact same place we've been year after year after year, which is nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nicholson, did you wish to make a comment?
Yes, through you, Mayor, I completely agree with Councillor Bocek. I think what Mr. Mason is providing is exactly what's been asked.
We're having trouble hearing you. If you can be a little bit louder, it'd be appreciated.
Oh, louder there.
This time. Only this time.
Okay, so I agree with Councillor Bocek. I think he is completely bringing forward exactly what Mr. Mason has brought forward. There will be other people that are allowed to participate, but we have to get to that point first. And that is what Mr. Mason is trying to adapt for us here. I think we're heading in that direction, including what all the other councillors want, but we need to get to that point first.
Oops. Thank you very much. All right. Because I'm not agnostic a little bit about order, I'm going to start the first. I'm going to have three motions in front of you. The first one is going to be moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper, about the establishment of working groups. The second one is going to be about continuing the RFP and redirecting the RFP towards proposed water quality program. And the third one is going to be about whether or not we continue water testing in 2024. So, this is a really long one. Well, I mean, I think what I don't want to do at this point is spend our entire lunch hour determining all the details of the working group. I think we should I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper, be it resolved that council establish working groups for the review of a township water quality program. And this is the COW will be directing this to council, and I strongly encourage us between now and when council looks at this to think about who you'd want on those and whether or not we go like public solicitation, how many councillors we want on this and how many actual working groups we're going to create. I don't want to get into all that right now because this is something new. So I think I'm suggesting we simply start with moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council establish working groups for the review of the township water quality program. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I have at least 5 votes, so I'm going to say that is carried. Second, moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council, I should have had that sentence before the first one, but anyway, be it resolved, the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the Township of Georgian Bay develop an RFP for the review and creation of a proposed water quality program for the township. All those in favor? And that is carried, I believe, unanimously. And the third one, and listen to the wording carefully before you decide whether or not to vote. Moved by Councillor, let's pick on Jarvis and Predco. Second by Councillor Predco. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the Township consider reducing or pausing the 2024 water quality monitoring activities to focus on water quality program review by diverting already budgeted funds from testing program development and implementation. All those in favor? I see 0 in favor. That is defeated. All right. And that, I think now we have 3 resolutions that will be going to council on this matter. And Mr. Mason, thank you very much for your input. It's greatly appreciated. And everyone, I'm going to suggest we call a break and reconvene at 1 o'clock to continue the final items on our agenda. Thank you very much. That's 40 minutes from now, Councillor Bocek.
Oh, 1 o'clock Eastern time, which is going to be 9 o'clock or something here. 10 o'clock or something like that.
Is this any better? Ah, hang on. There, better?
No, it's not better. You're still pretty quiet.
I don't know what it is. It's because it's through my headphones. So you can't hear like at all, even if I talk this loud?
I can hear you fine here online, Kaylee.
Oh, can you? Well,
Yeah,
that's
like
good.
you're a little lower than everybody else, but I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my internet or my headphones. My headphones generally aren't a problem, but
Maybe it's just your soft, kind personality.
you're funny.
For my laptop.
Yes.
I can even put my laptop in my case and keep it running.
Mhm.
Speaking of my case.
No problem. Councillor Bojack, you're still unmuted.
Oh, I am. Oh, yeah, I am too. Good thing I didn't say anything bad about you
Right?
this time.
I don't know that anybody's listening, but I can't turn mine off.
Thanks for that. I'm out of here.
You can't hear me?
Now we can.
Oh, okay. It's all these people, these buttons, and but okay. I understand that we have somebody for open forum. So I'm wondering if we should. I suggest we address that open forum now, and following that open forum, we can go into the remaining two items that we have on our agenda, namely the monthly department highlights and the community health and support under new business. And I think the open forum is related to the new business, so we'd probably go to the new business first following the open forum. So why don't we do the open forum? All right. Okay. Ms. Google.
Mayor, if I may for a moment.
Councilor Graziano?
Yes, just very quickly, if I may. Initially, the open forum attempted to come in as a delegate, but for whatever reason, unfortunately, it was a little late in the game, and we had the two delegates already announced for today. So I'm going to ask if you can just to give Maya a little bit of runway on the 2-minute timeline, just because again she had hoped to come in, but for unforeseen reasons she had to come in through open forum. Thank you.
Thank you. I tend to be a little tolerant in the 2-minute timeline, but if I see people dozing off, I will cut you off. Is that fair? And only if you tell me how to correctly pronounce your last name so that I'll be close when I do it.
My name is Maya Gugolev Shapiro, but you can call me Maya Gugolev or Maya Shapiro, anything like that.
Wait, you're adding something more than I see here. Gugolev?
Yeah, so Gugolev, yes.
Okay. Ms. Gugolev.
Yes. Sorry, it's a bit loud in the cafe.
Okay, yeah, because, all right, please go ahead.
Awesome. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the council and fellow residents. Today I want to address a serious issue affecting all of us around the beautiful and remote areas of Ontario, including Gibson Lake and 6 Mile. In our communities, the nearest hospitals are normally about an hour away.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we can't hear online here.
We're having real difficulty with all the background.
So much noise in the background.
Yes, let me try and move to a better place.
Good. That way I can finish my cookie.
Is this better?
I hope so.
Can you hear me now?
Please go ahead. If it's too bad, we'll let you know.
It is quite loud, though.
All right, I'm so sorry about that. Okay. In our communities, the nearest hospitals are normally about an hour away, creating a significant delay in emergency medical response times. And this situation leaves cottage residents vulnerable at the time of the event of medical emergencies, where every second counts. The impact of this delay cannot be overstated. In cases of cardiac arrest, for example, the chance of survival decreases by 10% with every minute that passes without defibrillation. Our community's geographical isolation places an unnecessary burden on our residents, potentially leading to outcomes that could have been avoided. To combat this issue, I propose installation of strategically placed emergency boxes across key locations, starting with the baseball diamond / public landing at Gibson Lake. These boxes will be equipped with an automatic external defibrillator, AED, an EpiPen, Naxalone, a snake bite kit, and a snake bite kit. This initiative aims to improve immediate life-saving support in the crucial moments following an emergency, bridging the gap until professional medical help can arrive. If this is approved, I will also commit to holding a workshop on how to use this equipment this summer for the community and to find a member of the community to continue this every year. To ensure the effectiveness of this initiative, we will also have someone check on it every 2 weeks. For the details of this, I will defer to the fire chief and the township fire department. To address the risk of theft or vandalism or the misuse of equipment and liability issues, we will implement robust security measures, including tamper-evident seals, clear, easy-to-understand instructions, and community education. Furthermore, by consulting with legal experts, we will ensure that all necessary disclaimers and protections are in place to safeguard against liability. The cost of implementing this vital project is approximately 2,000 Canadian dollars per emergency box, which when weighted against the value of a human life and the potential to save our loved ones is a small price to pay. We want to have a great reputation of caring and safety for our community, and as a member of the Gibson Lake community, I want to make sure that my family is safe and all of our families are safe in case of emergency. In closing, this initiative represents more than just a series of emergency boxes. It symbolizes our commitment to the safety, health, and well-being of our community. By taking this step, we're not only enhancing our emergency response capabilities, but also strengthening the bonds that unite us as neighbors and friends. I urge you to support this project, to invest in a future where the beauty of our surroundings is matched by the safety and security we provide each other. Together, let's make Georgian Bay a shining example of what it means to care for our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Just got quiet all of a sudden.
I didn't even turn on my. Good. I've been thoroughly embarrassed now. Thank you very much for your presentation. And fortunately, the background noise was reduced enough that at least I was able to understand what you said. So thank you. And I'm going to see whether council has any questions for you. And just for everyone's council's information, following our discussion, we will go straight to the new business item from Councillor Graziano in this regard. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you. And I totally support this program 100%, inside and out, especially the naloxone program, being very close to the homeless population and working with a lot of them. The only concern that I have, and we do have these kits available, say at Oak Bay, at the clubhouse, and at certain places, is the climate up there. And I know there's a suggestion that maybe this be put at the ballpark there, and with temperatures reaching -30 and rain and snow and everything else, I'm concerned that maybe we look for a location that's heated and so that we don't lose the asset that we have there. So I think location would be very key for the Gibson Lake folks. And as we move forward with this, I would love to be engaged in any way that I could be engaged. Great program, and hats off to y'all.
Thank you. Any other comments from Councillor Hazelton, please?
Yeah, I think it's a great initiative. I do have one question, and that is, what community funding sources, strategies have you considered for this?
Sorry, can you restate to get it known that it's there, or?
No. So I'll reframe the question as, there are other communities who have sourced these devices through community fundraising strategies, as opposed to pure township funding strategies. I'm wondering what initiatives you have already considered for community fundraising strategies for this kind of thing, given that, as you say, it's only $2,000.
So I have already talked to the president of the Gibson Lake Cottage Association, and I'm talking to the president of the Six Mile Cottage Association in a few weeks. I've talked about them. However, a lot of their funding goes to very specific things, and we have regatta and things to fund. So there's not a lot of money to go around out there. So which is why I've why I've been talking to Councillor Graziano about doing it with the township. However, we were also thinking about possible local companies to pitch in to the box and things like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, I did see your hand. Has it disappeared intentionally?
It did, and I wasn't sure if the question was more directed to Maya or when we get to the motion that has been
Well, yeah,
presented.
I think in effect, we're pre-discussing the
Yeah.
motion.
So, I mean, I understand this is a very positive initiative, and I know there's potential in here, and I guess council and the town staff will have an opportunity to talk about what that might be.
Okay. Councillor Cooper, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I think rightly we should have a discussion at the time of a motion. I think this is a terrific idea. I think there's lots of places on Georgian Bay that this would have an application. And so we're talking not one, but many of these. And so there's the cost issue that we have to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Gugulev? All right, then what we're going to do is we're going to go to Councillor Graziano's motion and let him present it. Ms. Gugulev, you're free to remain in the meeting to hear how this discussion goes. And who knows, we may even have a question for you as we go along. I don't know if you're still here at that point. So Councillor Graziano, you presented to us a proposed motion, and so over to you to present it, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Essentially, this motion is in support of what Ms. Gugulev has already articulated. Just for contextual understanding, Ms. Gugulev is currently in Spain. She is an international student traveling the world. And so she's plus 6 hours right now, hence the reason why she's likely logging in from a cafe. But with that being said, when Ms. Gugulev approached me on this matter, you know, the intent was to pilot the Gibson Lake baseball diamond. And I know having, you know, unfortunately missed the baseball game this past year. Oh, look, Councillor Brochek's making his way to the pool, even nicer. But having missed that that baseball game, I knew that the turnout was quite large, and that you know, the baseball diamond does receive its fair share of usage. You know, and in addition to that, given that Gibson Lake is a relatively small lake, there was no safety, you know, options available to them if in the event that you know, something were to arise. So I embraced her school project, which is what this is. She's doing this as a project for her, I guess her final year. And wanted to see, you know, council or at least have an open opportunity to discuss this before council. Again, I want to reiterate, this is intended to be a pilot to see whether or not we can get the systems in place. The idea here is that staff would take this, come back with a recommendation, and provide us with their ideas on how we can achieve this successfully and roll this out successfully. I have done some preliminary review and research on this, and have determined that there are lock boxes that are relatively inexpensive, where the defibrillators and the snake bite kits and so on can be housed in. To Councillor Bochek's comments, perhaps something if we were to expand this later on in a more heated area. But again, I think that the idea here is accessibility. If we're going to use this, we're going to need to position these in areas that are going to be accessible to the community. And I think with the launch there, not only is it serving the baseball diamond and the communities that use that baseball diamond, it's serving the public launch, as well as it's in a central location for Gibson Lake to be able to seek help if in the event that it is needed. Now, Ms. Gugulev did mention that there is one, I believe, that is a private defibrillator on Gibson. The gentleman has made it available, but unfortunately, that does require the gentleman to be contacted and the ability for, you know, someone to go to that gentleman's property and acquire it. So I think this is a great idea, and I support it wholeheartedly, as Councillor Bochek has articulated as well. And I'm open for questions if anyone has any.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions? Should I go to Councillor Predko first? Because you wanted to jump in, I know, on this one.
I was going to raise my hand, so I
Okay.
guess. I guess really my questions would be, and I'm not sure how these could be answered if Ms. Gugalev or Councillor Graziano or even staff would be able to, excuse me, clarify that how would these boxes be accessed? Would they be secured in some way? I mean, the items that are going to be inside it could be potentially harmful if they were used in the wrong instance. So we just, I think, need to have some awareness of what controls may be available in ensuring that if the box is open, somebody's not administering the EpiPen to somebody who's not in distress, or the other sharps are still maintained properly. So I'm not sure, perhaps Fire Chief or Maya. Thank you.
Ms. Gugalev.
Yeah, so I can try and answer you. We were thinking that to have a community, like a class every summer, to explain how the things in the box work, along with easy to use instructions that would be inside the box, so people know how to use it in the correct way. And we were also thinking, again, I'll defer to Fire Chief, but we were thinking for a maintenance plan to someone go up every 2 weeks to check if the things are still there, and if anything needs replacing or fixing, that someone would be going up every 2 weeks.
Thank you. I can't get over my envy that you're in Spain. I think I read recently it's one of the happiest countries in the world right now, based on some study. So I hope you're enjoying it. But in the meantime, Chief Van Dam.
So I applaud the idea of this, and I would support it as much as I can. However, some preliminary work that I have done, seeing that this was coming, we contacted the public access defibrillator program and started to ask them. There is a few logistical problems that will come with this, that includes some funding that would be needed. There's a bill that's currently out there proposed by the Ontario government that those defibs will be inspected monthly. Who's going to do it? Who's going to pay for it? That's where the government right now is wrestling. Whether it's going to be the PAD programs, whether are being supported by by some of the Ministry of Health to some of the paramedic services, or there was a proposal that the fire departments do it because they're closer to them, and then it became a funding issue. So there's a number of issues that are out there. Snake bite kits. When I spoke to one of the logistics people at Simcoe County Paramedics, she advised me that the serum that is not readily available, and you're not likely to get that serum. That's a doctor's prescription and has to be administered by a doctor. And even if somebody was bit by a rattlesnake in this area, there's no, you may not be getting treatment. You go under observation, and each individual reacts differently. So that piece of it is probably not going to happen, and it's very, very expensive because the hospitals aren't even all carrying that serum at this time. Perry Sound Hospital has a couple vials, and then during the summer months, Midland has one vial, and then they move it around if it's needed because of the cost that's associated with it. I looked into the EpiPen and that kind of stuff, and some of the other, there are some logistical problems that come with it, that you need a doctor and there's training that needs to be in it. So an individual who has an EpiPen, right, has received training on that. So there's a number of things that come to it when we look at the the box, that if somebody gets into it, it was a very informative meeting that I had, and I can't at this point even begin to tell what the costs are associated with it. One pilot project is going to be, we can probably do one project, but if you start to expand that program in the future, we have a cottage pump program, and that's where I see it going to be the same type of thing. And we're spending over 268 hours just maintaining portable pumps. And if we've got to go around, it's going to be a staff member, or hopefully the District of Muskoka would take it as part of their program. So there's a lot of things that would need to be done and looked at and investigated, insurance and so forth. So it's not just I applaud the idea. Wherever we can provide tools to save somebody's life, I'm all for it, but there is going to be a cost that's associated with it.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Cooper, please.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much, Maya, for your report and request. I'd like to pass on a little bit of experience around this. I think actually Fire Chief Tony gave us quite a bit of background, and I thought it was very helpful. And quite rightly, he talks about things like with a snakebite kit. There's very little material available for snakebite. A person from my community was bitten and ended up in Midland and had to be flown by what is it called, red or purple or green or yellow or whatever it is. Orange, there we go. And I'm wearing orange. They had to be flown to Parry Sound and ended up with, I think, 13 vials to keep him alive. He did come back. He's a former counselor, actually. And so that's the kind of thing that can happen, and that's the kind of care. They had to fly in the anti-venom from all over the world, I don't know, all over the place to save his life. As far as the overall issue with the machines for your heart to resuscitate you and so on, I know that the my same community bought one of these machines and kept it at the recreation program beach. And they found out afterwards that the batteries had to be replaced almost every year, and they're very expensive. So the legacy costs are there on a yearly basis. Now, maybe that's because they left it outside and it ruined the batteries over the winter, but regardless, in some cases that may be what would have to happen out in what I would call cottage country. And we also need to think about the legacy costs of 10, 15, 20, 30 sites up and down our Georgian Bay area, east and west. So anyway, it's a huge amount of money that it may end up being if we, the pilot projects are great, but they become much bigger projects and a lot more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, didn't you just speak to this?
Put it back up again.
Go for it.
I appreciate everything that's been brought forward, and particularly Maya's presentation. I put my name on this motion because that's something that I'm very concerned about. And naloxone and fentanyl overdosing are two things that are pretty prevalent in our communities these days. Now, naloxone is a little easier to deal with from the standpoint of having community locations. It doesn't require battery charging and refreshment. It doesn't require training as per a EpiPen. And I'm just wondering if maybe we could start off at that end at least, since fentanyl overdosing has become quite a prevalent occurrence throughout the country. And I'd rather not have to worry or think that we would have any kind of incident in our community that we could have foreseen and prevented in that regard. And I think Chief could probably help me on that.
Chief Undum?
Yes. Yes, Greg. Through you, your chair, to Councillor Jarvis's concern, you as an individual can go to a pharmacy and get a kit for free. If the municipality decides that they're going to provide those kits, we are not entitled to free kits, and we need to purchase those kits. And there is a replacement date that's associated with them. This is some of what I was told while I was speaking with paramedic services. So these are some of the issues that come forward. Even with those kits, you are trained by the pharmacy how to use those kits. So there is some training that goes with it. So it's not just as it's a medical act. We on the fire department, we don't even carry these kits because it's not been authorized by council to get into this. And if we do, it's because it's now classified as a medical act, and now it's providing that. We have a few individuals that will carry it for their own safety, but we are not allowed to administer it unless we get doctors training and doctors oversight on us using it. So it can be a fairly expensive piece to move forward. Yes. So the OPP carries it. All their officers are carrying Narcan with them. And paramedics are carrying it, but we're not carrying it.
Okay. No, I mean, let me answer the question. As with an EpiPen, if you have a kit and you're going to an event, then you've got a kit available. The question is that people tend to overdose in quiet situations on their own when they aren't around other people, which is problematic in and of itself. But,
the other piece, through you, your worship, the other piece to it is that EpiPens are now, it's becoming part of Red Cross's standard first aid kit. So some of that stuff, it's going through a process to start that they're going to teach you how to administer a pen and that stuff as part of first aid. So the training aspect of it is developing and coming through Red Cross now. So that may alleviate or eliminate some of those concerns moving forward. But today, that's a concern that I have to report. But there is light at the end of the tunnel, and I don't want to be discouraging for anything that's potentially could be life-saving. So there are some hiccups, and it's about, the biggest thing's going to be is about the cost moving forward. To price a new defib out right now, I can price out a new defib to jump on the Simcoe County Paramedic Services. It's going to cost us around $2,750 to buy one unit. And then you've got to buy the box to heat it. We have to have some means of getting hydro or solar hydro to it. Like there's a number of pieces that they gave me a quick rundown of some of the things that would be required to meet the public access defib protocols and stuff like that. So I'm far from an expert, but because of this report, I'm learning very quickly.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, I saw your hand. You intentionally took it down?
Yes, I did. Chief Van Dam was it addressing the fact that the OPP and the paramedics both carry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. Excuse me. There are 4 points that I've heard my colleagues mention. And first and foremost, I want to address the scaling of this particular program. First and foremost, again, I want to keep our focus on the fact that this would be a pilot project to see whether it makes sense to scale this and to continue this beyond. But if in the event that we do, as a council, agree in future that that we are going to scale this, there's really only essentially 4 sites that we have within our communities that would likely benefit from this, and that would be the Park and Honey Harbor Rendezvous Point, Baxter, MacTier, and Gibson. So it's not like we are going to be putting this on every corner of every road and providing everyone that asks for one of these systems. Secondly, I heard training. And training being a consideration. And if I can ask whoever's got the volume to mute, that'd be fantastic, because I'm hearing a background noise there. So going forward with training, I know at least on 6 Mile Lake that right now our association handles the fire pump training annually, and that's something that I can't not assume that the associations would not champion the training for this annually and try to perhaps quote unquote certify people to be able to administer this type of these types of either kits or EpiPens. It seems to me like there's already an association and a community-led program that can train, and we could likely leverage that rather than putting the burden back on staff to do something. The cost. Again, we've considered the costs and what it's going to be like to administer one of these boxes, and again, I ask myself, at what cost do we consider to be a value when a situation such as an emergency arises and that kit's not there? For the couple of grand to apply this as a pilot and learn and grow and perhaps scale this in future, and making it more of a cost-effective program, I would say is not necessarily, I think, a factor that we should be considering. Cost, I think, is not relevant in this equation because it's not a substantial cost, number one, and two, these are lives that we're talking about. And then lastly, with respect to police and first responders, I think all first responders carry this stuff in their toolbox. But as we heard through Ms. Gugolev, it's the time in which it takes the responder to get to us that is the critical component here. It's not whether or not they have it on or in their cars or accessible to them. It is the fact that when an emergency arises, those seconds, those minutes are critical. And if we don't have a first responder nearby, we don't have an OPP officer nearby, it's going to take them minutes. I think the average is 6 to 9 minutes per call in travel time. And within those 6 to 9 minutes, it is life or death. So having this accessibility or this accessible to a critical emergency, I think is key here. And again, I support this wholeheartedly. And thank you, Maya, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship, I hear what Councillor Graziano is saying, but I'm just wondering, if we're starting off with a pilot project and we have a number of unknowns, would it make sense to start with more of a first aid box that we're able to implement this type of a program with, and then be able to add to it in the future as we have questions answered about costs and training requirements and oversight. And I realize that the defibrillator it's not just the defibrillator itself, but it's the enclosure that needs to be secured and facilitated with heating, and I don't assume cooling, but in the summertime it would likely get overheated. I guess we just have some items that I don't know that we have answers to today. So I guess how do we proceed is kind of what I'm asking the chief or our CAO.
Well, I think we have to decide whether we want Chief Undom to look into it. That's really our decision at this point. And I'm going to take a turn here because I have a number of concerns. Ms. Gugolev quoted $2,000. I know that I have an AED on my property. It costs less than that, but I didn't have to go through any of the municipal regulations. I just bought one. And I think that's one of the things that we have to recognize, that anything that goes through the municipality is going to cost double to quadruple, not because the buying price of the AED is more, but they have to put the box in, they have to meet regulations, they have to do the maintenance, because we're going to get our pants suit off if something isn't there at the exact moment it is needed. And I think that's to me, I belong to a cottage association that has an AED on their building because that was donated by one of the members. And that's practical. And that works. And though they did go into sticker shock with regards to the battery replacements because that can be pricey. And I think, and I'm also concerned about the EpiPen. Perhaps the regulations are changing, but in my experience, and I have an anaphylactic daughter, they were prescription only. And there was a reduced, you can only get some. I mean, for a while they were scarce as well. And so maybe now they're loosening up the regulations that we can have them in safety kits. But certainly, in my experience, any EpiPen I've ever bought, the only way you're going to get one is with a prescription from your doctor. So I don't think the snake bite kit's going to work because again, the vials are so rare and so expensive. I don't think we can afford to have one there, even if it was ever allowed, which I doubt it will be. So to me, as much as I don't like to duck responsibility, I think the most practical thing here is to provide information to our residents of what they need to do and where they can get information, and provide it themselves where they think it's appropriate, because I'm really worried about the liability of to our township if we attempt to provide these. And Councilor Graziano mentioned 4 sites. I can immediately think of another 4. You know, what about Port Severn Park just down the road here? You know, any place where people might gather is going to become a potential site. And I think, so my concern is we're not making we're not making a $2,000 decision here. We're making a $4,000 to $5,000 decision, especially if it's year round. I mean, that also adds a significant cost to it to make it year round. And then you multiply that by a dozen, 2 dozen sites by the time we're done. It's a significant investment, which I would actually have a little hesitation on making if it wasn't for the liability that I think would go with it. And so that's my concern. I don't want to sound negative because I think having this awareness and having safety kits where people gather make a heck of a lot of sense. I watched them save a person's life. That was an art gallery. No, it wasn't in the township, but I watched it happen, and you were really glad that there was one there. It made a difference, a life difference. But I don't know if we as a township can effectively and safely and responsibly provide this service. That's my concern. I'm going to let CEO Mariotti respond, and I'm going to go to the row of councillors I see with their hands up, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kutsia. You actually mentioned the topic that I was going to bring, which is risk and liability, but I want to bring a real life example that council actually went through once already, and it was a much simpler issue, which was a life ring. And we had a terrible fatality. I forget if it was last year or the year before, where someone drowned. I forget exactly which location, but there was understandably a call to have life rings placed at all our public launches. And I don't believe we reached out to our insurance company over this package here, this basically the self-help kit, but our insurance company was very clear in their recommendation not to supply life rings because this is a life safety matter. And so providing these additional chemicals that the public has access to, could use, could misuse, could be done in an act of malice. So that's a big concern for the township as a whole as well.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, really quickly. I put my name on this resolution because I was very much in favor of the presentation, and I'm very concerned for our health and welfare, like everybody else is. But in understanding and a little bit of clarification never hurts. I know that our family has its own DFib. We have it on island, and we take it to events that we have, and we have been given training on how to use it. So that's one thing. We know that EpiPens are carried by those that have allergic reactions, so they've got to have them available to them. That doesn't mean everybody has one, because sometimes people don't know until they do get stung by a bee that they're going to have an allergic reaction. Sometimes we can't control all that. Naloxone, if it's that available, then it's something maybe we should be just carrying as a matter of course as citizens of this community, and be taking to events where people gather, so it's available if needed. And then to answer the question on snake venom, anti-venom. That's totally understandable. I know there's a significant cost and shelf life and everything else associated with that. So I'm satisfied that this can be taken care of by individual communities. I think that the appropriate people, if they gather, should, as a matter of their own responsibility, have first aid equipment available on hand for gatherings. And if that includes naloxone kits and a defib, which is something people can carry with them, they're very mobile, then I think that makes more sense. And maybe it's more a matter of public awareness, and something that we can promote online, I'm sure, through all our communication systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I'll be very brief. I want to thank you, Mayor, and Councillor Jarvis for your comments. They're very practical issues that and points of view that I happen to support. I think there are issues around liability. I think there are things that communities can do and should do, and even families, as in the case of Councillor Jarvis. Large family, mind you, but it can work for a family, so makes a lot of sense. And as far as locations are concerned, there's more than 4 locations. I think, as the mayor indicated, he could think of some spots down his way. I can think of at least 4 out on north of Beausoleil. So how much is that? Another $20,000-$30,000. And worse still is that liability and oversight issue and that is there, and that's really very concerning. So I think it would be very good to have a report from our fire chief, Tony Van Dam, but I'm having difficulty seeing a road forward for this, whether it's you know, a test case or not. I don't think that really makes a lot of difference. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We've certainly heard a lot of experts on the topic here today. We do have an expert in Tony Van Dam, and I would hate to see this thing being left on the table at a cow meeting. I would endorse that the members of the committee of the whole look at this for what it is, and we request a report back from either the chief or the deputy chief on how we move forward, or if we move forward, or if we can't move forward, and the reasons for it. But I don't think it should die here at Cow. This is super important for our community, and I really want to hear an expert's opinion on it. And while I enjoy everybody's comments, I think we need to hear whether we're going to do it or not do it based on the expertise of our fire chief. Thank you.
Councillor Bochek, for information, the motion as it reads includes the words township draft a report considering the installation of a medical emergency box. In other words, the draft resolution doesn't say install one. It says draft a report considering the installation, just for your information. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. And Councillor Bochek kind of took, the words out of my mouth. I was essentially going to say that we can't, so yes, the motion is to kick this back to our staff to provide a very thorough and well-researched report back on what can and can't be done at what costs this will be to the township, and what training is required and what our insurance companies say. We don't know why these donuts weren't allowed by our insurance company. Perhaps because if you throw one and it hits someone else in the head, you know, you're liable for it. We don't know why our insurance company went down the path by saying that these life-saving, you know, circles are not allowed or not. It's not to say that the same would be said with one of these systems. Maybe the insurance company, the actuaries see it as more prudent to install one because then the risk of using a facility such as a park and having a cardiac arrest at the park could be offset because there's the equipment there, thereby saving a life and mitigating a litigation matter. We don't know. And that's the point here. We don't have the data. We don't have, you know, any of the information that supports a decision here today based on assumptions. And we can talk on assumptions until, you know, we get blue in the face. It is only that. We're only talking on assumptions. This deserves a thorough report. This deserves a thorough, you know, understanding of what is and what can't be done, and maybe some suggested options or alternatives. To Councillor Bocek's point, I'd hate to see this die here just because we all are under the impression that something can or can't be done or something may come done, or if the moon is in the top left corner, then the sky and the water won't be. There you go.
I think you've made your point.
Thank you. I'll make it again.
CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. To say that an insurance company is saying don't install a life ring because it may hit someone else on the head, I take offense to that. There was a report that was issued to council. They adopted it. The risk was documented in the report, and I can share that with council again. But if our insurance company has a concern on us providing a life ring, which is a life safety device, then what kind of liability are we adopting by this self-help kit?
I'm going to read the motion and call for a vote shortly. But before I do, I'm going to one question of Chief Undum. If this motion passes, would you take it as direction to, in your response to it, consider other sites, and I'm thinking of indoor sites where possibly this could be installed, if your report's going down the direction of, well, we could consider parts A and B or something under the following circumstances?
Through your worship, I'm willing to look at it at all different pieces. I can tell you that we've had requests before come from some cottage associations that had asked for defibs and they were told no. So we can make that all the process. Once you have what the cost of the defib is and the cost of the cabinet and all the other associated costs and all of the evidence, I'll be frank with council that I'm not the 100% expertise on the defibs, and I will be seeking Dr. Feltman, who is oversight of paramedic services. I'll be asking for his comments on it, and I will be looking into the District of Muskoka and if they have a PAD program that they can provide some input. So if council wishes a full detailed report, tell me what you want in it and I'll get you the answers and we can go from there.
Fair enough. No, I was thinking along the lines of if we put one inside the McTier Arena or the Baxter Ward Community Center, for instance, they're indoors, and that answers some of the concerns that you don't, like warmth, or libraries, for instance.
So when, your worship, when I spoke with the Simcoe County PAD program specialist, some of the things that they did not, the individual I spoke to did not recommend putting it out on a post in the middle of there because there are some legitimate concerns. However, they were very supportive of if you can find a location of a cottage person that you could put it on their boathouse and everybody knows where it is. And then it would go through the ambulance dispatch that if somebody dials 911 and says that they're having a a cardiac arrest or a heart condition, they will advise them where that unit is. So there's a, and then because it's not just out in an open field where you get the wind chill factor, they had some knowledge on it. And like I said, I just did some preliminary investigation, and these were some of the concerns that were brought forward. If council so directs, I will do the best to get you the answers that you want. And the only we have a time crunch of 2 months, and that may be a little difficult to
I'm
meet.
about to read the motion, and we'll see whether council directs. Having said this, this is a cow motion, so the council will be directing council in reality. But I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Whereas the safety and well-being of residents and visitors to our community are of paramount importance, and whereas medical emergencies can occur unexpectedly, and having immediate access to life-saving equipment can make a significant difference in the outcome of such emergencies. And whereas Maya Gugulev, a resident with a long-standing connection to Gibson Lake, has presented a compelling case for the installation of a medical emergency box at the Gibson Lake Road baseball diamond as part of her graduating studies. And whereas Maya Gugulev's family has been part of the Gibson Lake community for many years, and her dedication to ensuring the safety of her fellow community members is commendable. Now, therefore, be it resolved that township staff draft a report considering the installation of a medical emergency box at the Gibson Lake Road baseball diamond. Moreover, that staff outline procedures for the usage and administration of the medical equipment, as well as a plan for ongoing maintenance and inspection to ensure the effectiveness and readiness of the equipment at all times. And that staff report to council no later than May 2024 with the following essential items included within. 1, an AED, 2, an EpiPen, 3, snakebite kit, 4, naloxone kit, and that the location for the installation of the medical emergency box shall be determined in consultation with relevant stakeholders, ensuring easy accessibility for both residents and visitors frequenting the baseball diamond, and that Maya Gugulev be recognized for her advocacy and dedication to the safety of the community, and that her delegation on this matter be fully supported and acknowledged by the Township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. I got a whole bunch of in favor, so that is carried. Thank you. Okay, I think the only item left on our agenda for this afternoon is the February 2024 monthly department highlights. I'm going to start with our CAO, and I think you were also going to give us your monthly highlights as verbally in a report. CO Mariotti, please.
That was fast. You caught me off guard. Let me get my
You got to keep up. You got to keep up.
Oh, where are we here? Okay.
Yeah, I can see Miss Nicholson's keen.
Well, I think she's first on the staff report actually. Oops. What happened there?
Shall we go to Miss Nicholson then?
Yes.
Okay,
please.
Miss Nicholson.
All right, through your mayor. Can everybody hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. I am not going to go through and read the whole report. I think you kind of get the gist of it. This is basically what you'll be getting every month. Again, the breakdown of how many permits were issued, how many inspections were done, fees that were taken in for permits, and the construction value. This doesn't go obviously right to the end of the month, so the numbers are a little more inflated if you were to do it at the end of the month. Just a note, with this lovely weather that we've been having, our inspection requests are starting to increase, and we actually have been on at least 1, possibly 2 boat rides already. So it is definitely going to be a early season, to say the least. Another little update, we were lucky enough to have our previous septic reinspection student in for a week before he actually had to take off for a week to start the scanning of our septic records, which is going fantastic and well. Fingers crossed that keeps moving along. We have also completed updates to the information pages on the website for septic reinspection and water quality. I know there's a few little tweaks that need to be made, some other information that needs to be added in, but it is definitely moving right along. So if anybody has a chance to take a look at those and have any comments, I'm glad to hear it. And we also did send out our regular maintenance fee letters, as well as letters to those people whose permits were issued as of last year and the previous year, just to let them know they still have open permits. And that has provided us lots of phone calls coming in and us being able to clarify with people where their projects are sitting at this current point in time. And actually some people who've decided that they are not moving forward, and we have actually been able to cancel a few permits.
Thank you very much. And council, I'm just going to keep moving on until somebody sticks their hand up or yells at me, because to keep this thing going. So Ms. Nicholson, thank you very much. And next on the list I see here is our CAO's office.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsia. So yeah, just a brief update. Of course, it hasn't been long since we've been here in this room last month, but happy to say that we have secured the services of Strategy Corp to undertake the revenue optimization and fees review. So the first kickoff meeting will happen next month, just simply because of trying to get all of senior management as well as Strategy Corp's team together for a first kickoff meeting. But we're hoping that the project should still be completed by the end of the summer, so we can reap some gains, hopefully, for the 25 budget year. The council is aware as well that we're having to update our development charges. So there will be an info session and a draft presentation to council to review the development charges. The staff is working hotly with Hempson. And as council is aware, obviously, we try to facilitate a meeting to talk about solid waste, and I think the conversations were very fruitful last week, and we'll build on those. And last but not least, I'm very pleased to announce that we have a new director of finance and IT. Jazz will be joining us on March 18th. We had some very, very good candidates, but Jazz was really someone that impressed us, not only from the finance perspective, but also from the IT perspective. And as you know, she holds her CPA as well as her CGA designation, and she has a business and admin and accounting diploma, as well as IT credentials. So overall, I feel it's a great catch, and I'm sure she'll inject some good drive here at the township. And before I turn it over to Ms. Way, I just wanted to make a comment about the work plans. As you know, Council, we introduced the work plans, I believe last fall, it was last September, with the plan every quarter to kind of give Council an update on the list of the work plans that we have. And we've got almost 160 items that all the departments are working on. So that's not insignificant. Now, some of those items are based on a strategic plan. Some of those items are based on the resolutions that council passes. But since then, since we introduced the work plan last September, we've knocked off 64 of those items, but we still have 160 on our plate. So when you look at the fact that if you knock off a month between Christmas and the budget, that's equivalent to about 16 items that we'd be knocking off every month. So we do have a pretty big workload. So if sometimes files take some extra time to come to fruition, it's because of the sheer amount of just the size of our plate. So
thank you very much. Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you. Just want to make two quick comments. One, great to hear about the revenue optimization and fee review, and I'm looking forward to seeing the response from Strategy Corp. Secondly, just very quickly, I know that we had some discussions with respect to identifying in chronological order our priorities as council and passing that back off to our CAO for him to integrate it into his work plan. CAO, I wonder whether or not you'd see any value in that. And I'm not sure if you were present during that conversation. I think it was, we had a conversation briefly. Would you see any value in council prioritizing the outstanding list based on the resolution tracker and then providing that to you?
Yes, so actually, I'm glad that Councillor Graziano brought that up. So in the work plan, Council will see that staff have prioritized from top to bottom the items that we are working on. So if Council as a whole would like to modify the pecking order, if you like, of someone's work plan, then by all means, open to have that discussion.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, your turn.
Thank you, Your Worship. February saw the return of the regular meeting schedule, which always keeps us busy. The wetland restoration project with Moose Deer Point First Nation continues to move forward. I'm happy to note that all the agreements with the Georgian Bay Land Trust for the conservation preservation of over 70 municipal road allowances were signed, and the first payment has been received, which is fantastic. We continue to work with the CAO and on the OPP detachment boards and with the SSEA. Further research is continuing for the indemnification bylaw and the code of conduct indemnification, working towards having the first commercial dock lease at Port of Honey Harbor this summer, and we've had our initial meeting with the vendor for the new EDRMS.
Thank you very much. Miss Anderson. Next. You do know you're muted, don't you? Oh.
Let's try this again. Thank you very Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The Finance Department has been very busy for the month of February, as we do have a December 31st year end, and taxes roll out right at the beginning of February. So we did send out our interim taxes, so you may have gotten a few extra calls, as it usually stirs up some feelings amongst our ratepayers, and that's okay. I've also been working hard on grants with Town Suites on our modernization of our services online and internally, meeting with neighboring municipalities on different subjects, along with the district, as well as changes are coming down the line. And it was a very productive month of February, I must say.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have my mic on. With my mic on, was it a busy February for you?
So the fire service has been running wild. We are at 33 calls already this year compared to 27 last year, and last year was a record year. So I know it doesn't look like much right now, but we're starting at a 10% increase already, which is alarming. On the Family Day weekend, we had two snowmobile incidents. One was ended up in a fatality. It was fairly stressful on staff. Basically took us 3.5 hours to deal with an individual, and when you're running at that high of a peak for that period of time and circumstances, we've have some health and wellness issues that we've been working with some of them as well. The other incident is a success story that the individual got out of the water in time and was taken to hospital and has since returned home. We've had 2 structure fires to date. One was a fairly challenging one where access on the Lost Channel off of the Severn River created some challenges for us. Safety inspections are being done, and training. We are now, we've started our ice water rescue certification courses with a fair amount of staff doing all their online support on it now that the curriculum is out there for us. We applied for a grant through the Public Fire Marshal's Public Safety Council, and we're successful. We got $1,950. There's another grant that we applied for with the assistance of sustainability director, and unfortunate through the federal government, we were denied. I got the notification last week, which was very discouraging for us. You can see where we are with the marine units. We're well underway trying to get them ready. It looks like our season's going to be earlier than anticipated. And we're having some lengthy discussions with the Ministry of Natural Resources on the possibility of forest fires and stuff like that. I can tell you that the Ministry of Natural Resources is bringing crews back starting March 15th. So they're anticipating a very early year as well. And hopefully it doesn't, but we'll see where it goes. We are well into introducing our first due software, and there's amount of work that's going in on that is consuming a lot of the deputy's time and my time, as well as the admin. We're looking at trying to incorporate the bylaw department into that software as well, to take advantage of that. Master Fire Plan, you had a little bit of an update today. It's well underway. 7 meetings already have happened with that, and the council engagement will be coming shortly. Bylaw, you can see, has been working on a number of projects. I'm not going to list them, but yeah, we've been busy.
Councillor Jarvis.
Really quickly, Chief, what's a 911 sign request?
So that is when an individual requests for a 911 sign.
Oh, like the address sign on there? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So we've been out there trying to proactively getting people to help us find them, as what we say.
Thank you. Ms. Buchanan, what have you been up to?
Thank you. Okay, so this month, or I guess last month, I should say, payroll worked on the 2023 reconciliations and also processed all T4s and as well as T4As for the contractors. To be honest, a lot of our time was spent on recruitment last month. So as CAO Mariotti mentioned, we've hired a director of financial services / treasurer, which is very exciting. Karina King was also the successful candidate for the supervisor of municipal law enforcement officer position. And we're currently in the process for hiring a supervisor of parks and facilities. We also interviewed for summer student positions. We're wrapping up final reference checks and the final offer letters so that we can get everyone on board. We've also posted for a senior municipal law enforcement officer and planning technician. So I should have an update on those recruitments for next month's update. And then finally, I just wanted to mention some projects we're working on. So Town Suites payroll module implementation, compensation and pay equity review, and then preparing for collective bargaining. Thank you.
Summer must be getting closer if we're hiring summer students already. It's not just the weather. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, just a general statement if I can. Amy, would it be possible to get a summary of, I guess, the hottest roles that you currently have open? And the reason why I ask, and perhaps Trish or Ms. Schneier can assist in this with regards to some kind of way to share it. I know that you've been sharing little digital assets on LinkedIn, and I'm going to recommend to council that if we can all collectively, if we do have LinkedIn accounts, share it amongst our networks. We can really broadcast out as far as you can see. I know that I have, I think, 5,000 or plus, maybe more people on my LinkedIn network, and I can imagine that everyone else likely here does as well. So if we can just make it a best practice to try to share and broadcast it out, that'd be great. But if Ms. Buchanan, if you can, just giving us some kind of asset or posting one and letting us all know that's been posted. When you do post it, we can broadcast it out. Thank you.
Sure, through you, your worship. Completely agree, and I appreciate that. The only job posting that's open right now is actually our planning technician, which closes tomorrow. So if anyone is up for sharing it, kind of a last minute push out, we'd appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sokash.
Thank you, Your Worship. So our department is, the roads department has been cutting trees all over the place along the roadside. I'm sure many of you have been driving down the roads and noticed that things look quite a bit different, quite a bit wider, that we have so many dead trees along the roadside, and this weather has been fantastic for us to catch up with the dead trees. Also had several meetings with Parks Canada about the species at risk fencing for Hunting Harbor Road. I spoke to the district. The district is open for, to having that fencing installed. Parks Canada is working with the fence supply contractor to get a price. They are a little bit higher than what was presented. So just be ready for that, but I am planning next month to bring a report asking for more unbudgeted money.
You love doing that.
It's either me or Tony, one of us has to. And we're almost done obtaining the quotes for the loader and the mini excavator. I've seen a couple of them, and one of them is fantastic and below under budget. So we will have an update on that next meeting, but CAO Mariotti hopefully will be able to get this information to him later this week, and we can get it approved and things ordered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you. I think that savings is already earmarked for fencing, but that's just my observation. I appreciate the work you're doing to try to take down some of the fallen trees that are maybe unsafe along the way. And it also reminds me that this is the time of year that people start reporting potholes to you guys as well. Is there how do you track things that come in from the public, just to help if people call us asking for direction? What should we be telling them?
Through the mayor, if they call our office, we have a report tracking or complaint tracking software that we track it there. We also, just on the pothole side, that we've been advising the district that some of their roads are taking a lot of our time to patch the potholes through the mayor. I'm sorry, to patch the potholes.
Sure, blame the mayor.
So they've authorized us to retain a third-party contractor for some of their roads, which has really freed up our staff quite a bit for our roads.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Whitlib, we heard from you this morning, I think, on this, but you're going to add a little more color?
I'll try and be brief, Mr. Mayor, through you to the committee. Planning applications are up a bit from this same time last year. At the same time, while we're working on those planning applications, we're undertaking a number of those process improvements that we talked about earlier today. And in this short month, those included commencing some work on a zoning certificate process and continuing work on standardizing the various development agreements that we use in partnership, developing those with our solicitor. I've been advancing a couple of files, Oak Bay Marina Towns, met with the Oak Bay developer and their team to get an overall understanding of their priorities, next steps, and phasing. There's a file that'll be coming forward. It's in the pre-application consultation stage in Oak Bay right now, and it's the Twin Islands development. Mr. Kratke has been working hard on that piece. He's also been working to advance the 6 Mile lake matter, and as members of council will know, the district recently issued their decision on Amendment 22, so that's good news, which will allow us to move forward into the next steps confidently. We also talked about another file I'm working on, Edgewater Estates, Lone Pine Homes, which is nearing registration, and with any luck, there'll be some housing development in Port Severn in the near future. There's a number of other activities listed in the update. I won't go into detail on all of them, but I want to point out a couple of recurring one-line items, and that's participating in the meetings of Planning Advisory Committee, Planning Council, Committee of the Whole, and Committee of Adjustment, and also analyzing planning application and preparing staff reports for those meetings. They will be small recurring line items, but I just want to make clear that that work really represents the lion's share of what our department does on a monthly basis. The other improvements and initiatives and projects are certainly incorporated where time permits, but we remain a development review and advisory department to council, and that's what we're equipped for, and that will take up our time on a month-to-month basis. Thank you.
Not suffering from boredom yet? Ms. Schneier.
Thank you, Chair. The Sustainability Department, of course, is working on the RFPs. One of them, Councillor Graziano, you were specifically hoping for with respect to e-bikes in the urban centers. So that is out. They both, that closes on Thursday, as well as an RFP to make it fair and transparent for anybody that wants to run pickleball lessons on the newly built pickleball courts in Honey Harbor, as we have had an interest in that from an organization. There's a little bit of a typo with respect to number 2 for the save the dates. The mayor did find this out on the weekend that it's Saturday, May 18th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon for the grand opening of the pickleball courts. But there is also going to be an event coming up in on that same day, a little closer to the noon, 11 o'clock hour, which we will let you know about once we're able to let you know about, but it's just maybe block off from 11 until 4 that day. And as my report indicates, senior team is definitely working with Landmark Cruises, because it is definitely their intention to bring the Tobermory Flash at least 2 days a week to Honey Harbor and stay in the community for 45 minutes. And they have already solicited the support of Thrive to be able to provide lunch and to come into the community. So that's kind of exciting as well. We met with KPMG. After 14 years, we're back at the table trying to sort out how likely it is that Honey Harbor will be chosen to be the launch point for the day tripper, as they are definitely in the business of definitely interested in getting out of the business of moving people to and from the park. That's it for me.
Just
Let me put my Councillor Predko.
thank you, and through you, Your Worship, just a quick reminder to the Director of Sustainability that we should have a save the date for the grand opening of the Mrs. C Park as well.
Did you save a date?
Asking if we could save a date.
Oh.
If we could save a date for the Mrs. C.
It's gone.
Yep.
All right. So I have moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the Committee of the Whole receives a report regarding February 2024 monthly department highlights for information. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Anything else for the good of the township before I shut the meeting down? Councillor Bochek, I think you had something you wanted to raise.
Yes, and thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. I did request to speak, being that this is a COW meeting, and I have a concern that arose from this morning's meeting. And I know this is being recorded, and we have an integrity commissioner, so if I overstep, I accept all responsibilities for my actions. We receive our agendas a week in advance, sometimes not quite a week, but plenty of time to do the research and ask questions of the department head. Too many times on council day or committee of the whole day, we find councillors bringing up new resolutions that are getting added, and we have no time to research them, no time to find the viability of it, or even if it's a good idea or not a good idea, and we're asked to vote on it. My reason for asking to speak is because I think a procedural change is needed, whereas if there's something new added during a meeting and a resolution is put forward, I think the topic should be deferred until the next meeting so that we have time to research and discuss. And I'll give you my example here, and this is where I may get myself in trouble and I don't care. This morning, we had a meeting with an RFP. We have 42 years experience on this council combined. Some of us call ourselves experts, but we haven't been able to figure out the water quality problem. 42 years experience, 10 years I've heard about this, and we've gotten nowhere. We bring up a new resolution here that says to put a committee in place of the people that couldn't figure out how to get it done in the beginning. We've asked this RFP company to bring forward solutions for us, yet we're going to tell him how we can pull our heads out of our butts. This doesn't make any sense to me. I understand, and take me to task on this.
Councillor Bocek, I appreciate you making a suggestion about our procedures, but I don't want to explore the example any further because a council did make a decision, or committee of the whole made a decision on that already.
Yes, and I accept that decision as the decision being made. I'm simply using this as an example of why we need to look at our procedure bylaw. And when this is a trick that's been used for years by not only our council, but other councils for a resolution to be brought forward on the day with no time to research it or find out the validity of it, and we're asked to make a decision. And my request is that we look at deferring any of this to the following meeting so we have time. Either that or these members of council that want to do this can bring it up during the period before we meet, and it can be added to the agenda so that we have time to research it. I thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor, and I thank council for their putting up with me today.
Councillor Cooper. I don't want to get in a lengthy discussion, but Councillor Cooper, I'll give you the floor, given that I gave it to Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just like to remind us all that we have the ability to ask for deferral if we so choose. Just ask for it. And we are expected, especially with a fair bit of experience, to be able to think on our feet and use some common sense so we can consider matters that might be new. So I'm sorry I don't agree with it, but if we need to, fine, ask for a deferral. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Committee of the Whole does now adjourn at 2:26 p.m. to reconvene on April 9th, 2024, or the call of the chair. All those in favor? And we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you for the last 2 days worth of meetings.